night is thick with salt and peat smoke. Somewhere between the last hovel of the village and the edge of the moor, a wheel shrieks against frozen ground. Dogs do not bark. They whimper and hide. Lantern light, two pale eyes in the mist, bobs beside the sound of slow hooves. Ankou drives again. They whisper. The death servant, the final soul of the year, returned to claim those whose names have already been written on the wind. The villagers bolt their shutters. Only the church bell stands awake, counting time between heartbeats. The cart's shape materializes at the crest of the hill. A crooked frame of yew and iron, its boards blackened by rain and burial soil. The driver's back bends, cloaked and narrow, his scythe blade rising like a thin moon. He pauses where the road forks toward the cemetery. His lanterns gutter. The wheels cease their cry. A silence follows so absolute that the sea itself seems to hold its breath. Quick note: if you enjoy deep dive folklore like this, consider subscribing. Only if you actually like it. The cart moves again. The first record of Ankou's passage dates to an anonymous parish note from western Brittany around 1522. It speaks of a figure thin as a bone and tall as a man, guiding a cart that no one dared approach. That century saw war, famine, and plague tumble over one another like black waves. The Breton countryside became a theater for suffering both real and imagined. People buried their neighbors by torchlight and swore they saw a driver waiting at the gate, his breath clouding, though no face was visible. Some said he was the ghost of the last person who died in the parish, condemned to gather the next year's dead. Others said he was death's steward, one who worked in fairness. Rich or poor, saint or thief, all rode the same cart eventually. The moor smells of heather and rot. The villagers of Pluhinek still speak of that night when the cart stopped before the widow's house, her candle extinguished on its own. By dawn, she was found cold, her face peaceful. The priest declared it God's summons. The locals nodded, but exchanged glances that meant otherwise. God's summons, yes, but Ankou's delivery. Brittany in the 16th century was a land both stubbornly Catholic and secretly old. Beneath its granite chapels lingered memories of forest gods, lake spirits, and ancestral guardians who took offerings in the dark. The church had plastered saints' names over sacred springs, renamed hilltop stones as crosses, and blessed fields once watched by druids. But the people kept their in-between world alive, a place where the dead were never far, where a door left unlatched might let a soul visit home one last time. Ankou belongs to that twilight layer, too old for doctrine, too familiar for dismissal. He is not the grim reaper imported from Latin texts, nor merely a ghost. He is the function of dying itself, personalized for a people who lived with death as companion. In Breton, an Ankou means both the death and the last one. Linguists note its linguistic twin in Cornish Ankou and Welsh Angau, proof of an older Celtic root meaning simply the end. Yet no other land paints it with such intimacy, not an abstraction, but a laborer. He is weary, resigned, eternal. Imagine the village then, straw roofs glistening with frost, peat fires smoldering in the hearth. A woman mends a net by candlelight, her fingers trembling each time the wind presses against the door. In the lane outside, an ox cart creaks, but it is empty, belonging to the miller. Still, she crosses herself. Habit, protection, or superstition, depending on who's judging. Her child wakes, asking, "Will he take us too?" She hushes him with a lullaby whose Breton words roughly mean, "Sleep before the wheels come." The tune predates the Bible in those parts. The cold presses deeper. Somewhere far off, a cry echoes. Perhaps an owl, perhaps not. The villagers claim Ankou's voice can mimic any sound. The cry of a baby, the wind through reeds, even a familiar name spoken kindly. To answer it is fatal. Yet people answer. Curiosity is stronger than faith. A farmer once followed a whisper that called his name beyond the hedgerow. He found only a dent in the grass and his own footprints circling back to where he began. He lived 3 days after, just long enough to warn others. He is clever. Scholars would later argue that Ankou embodies the Breton peasantry's moral code. Death as fairness, toil without end, humility before the inevitable. The peasant worked until he dropped. Ankou simply kept working after. No heavenly choir, no fiery pit, only a continuation of duty. That grim mercy suited a people who had little control over their lot. The noble might escape tax or law, but not the cart. The earliest carvings show him skeletal, yet clothed, sometimes crowned, holding a scythe whose handle faces backward. Locals say that's because he cuts behind him, never ahead. You cannot see him coming. You only know when he has passed. Church ossuaries along the Léon coast bear his image in faded paint. Ankou aiming his scythe toward a merchant, a monk, a child. Beneath, an inscription carved in Latin and Breton, pauper vel dives, omnes hic eritis. Poor or rich, all of you shall be here. The warning was universal and oddly comforting. The role of Ankou, legend says, passes each year to the last person who dies within a parish. His spirit then becomes the collector, until replaced by the next. Thus, each death is both an ending and a recruitment. The notion ensures the cycle remains local, personal. You might bury your neighbor today, but he could return tomorrow to fetch your cousin. This intimacy of fear is what made Ankou unique among Europe's many personifications of death. He belonged to every village, yet no village could own him. At the heart of the story lies a practical wisdom. Death's presence keeps life orderly. Crops are planted on time, quarrels resolved before winter, debts repaid quickly. No one wants to face Ankou while owing someone else a favor. In that sense, he was governance by myth. When magistrates were distant and priests too poor to enforce confession, the thought of the cart kept society honest. Still, questions ripple. Did anyone truly see him? Chronicles offer glimpses, like stains in parchment. A 1554 diary of a Carmelite friar near Quimper recounts an apparition at the graveyard gate, heard by many, seen by two. The friar writes of a wheel turning without ox or man. He dismisses it as trick of the fog, then adds a note that he felt ill for 7 days thereafter. Another source from 1561 describes a cart's rut marks that glowed faintly at night, remaining visible for weeks. The local judge ordered a blessing of the ground and forbade further digging. Superstition, yes, but recorded all the same. Ankou's mythology soon absorbed Christian echoes. The church tolerated him as long as he served repentance. Sermons warned that the servant waits with his wheel for the unshriven. Artists painted him beside St. Michael, weighing souls, a silent assistant. But for villagers, he remained older than angels, a holdover from the time when every stone had a spirit. By candlelight, tales passed from hearth to hearth. They told of the night Ankou's cart lost a wheel, and a blacksmith dared to repair it, earning silver that never tarnished, but made all food taste like ashes. They told of the girl who heard her name whispered by the wind and found white feathers on her doorstep the next morning. They told of the widow whose candle always went out when the cart passed. Each story layered the same rhythm: sound, sign, silence, death. The cycle never changed, only the names, and perhaps that is why the Ankou endures. He offers structure where chaos reigns. In the plague years, when burial pits overflowed and bells tolled day and night, people needed a figure who kept count. The Ankou was that accountant, faceless but thorough, making sure no soul was missed. Even now, in Breton villages that cling to cliff and fog, you may find a small wooden cart atop an ossuary gate, its wheels fixed but painted fresh each All Souls' Day. Children dare each other to touch it. Adults pretend not to notice. What would you have done, standing on that moor with the wheel's cry drawing nearer? Would you bolt your door or step outside to see? The lanterns vanish into the fog again, and the sound dwindles until it's only the sea. The night exhales. Somewhere a rooster calls too early, uncertain whether dawn has come. In the pause before first light, the villagers breathe out together, relieved to have lived through another ride. Tomorrow, they will find ruts in the frozen path leading toward the cemetery, and one house quieter than before. Dawn settles heavy on the Breton moor, its light thin and pewter gray. Frost outlines the wagon tracks left behind by night, glinting like veins of quicksilver across the rutted path. The villagers tread carefully, boots crunching over ice and memory. No one speaks first. The silence itself is sacred. The cart has passed, and another soul has gone with it. They will not say the widow's name aloud. Not yet. To name the newly taken before the priest's bell tolls is to invite the servant back. It is the year 1530, a season of lean fields and damp air. The plague that scorched England and Flanders never fully left Brittany's borders. It lingers in the marshes, in the fog curling through the lavoir, those communal wash places where women kneel to scrub the cloth of the dead. The washerwomen tell their own stories about Ankou, that he walks beside them unseen, checking the sheets for stains of death yet to come. One woman claims she felt his hand guiding hers as she wrung water from a shroud. Her daughter insists she found the prints the next morning, long, narrow, black with peat. The church would later dismiss such talk as female fancy. But the washerwomen's gossip carries farther than sermons. Each morning in the village of Plouhinec, the bell of Saint-Pierre tolls twice, once for the living, once for the lost. Between those peals lies the hour of decision. Should a man go to the fields or stay home and tend to the sick? Should a girl fetch water or wait until sunlight banishes what lingers in the mist? Even small choices are haunted now. Fear walks ahead of every footstep, and fear wears the Ankou's cloak. They say the Ankou never rushes. His horse walks steady, its hooves muffled by moss, its mane streaked white as bone. Some describe it as a mare, others a stallion, and a few claim it has no flesh at all, only the suggestion of movement beneath a shadow. The cart's wheels are rimmed with iron. Each spoke a symbol: the 4 directions, the 4 seasons, the 4 last things: death, judgment, heaven, and hell. Yet the Breton mind, pragmatic and pagan at once, prefers simpler math. 4 spokes because 4 winds blow, 4 corners of the parish, 4 walls of a home. The wheel turns, therefore the world continues. At the inn, travelers from inland whisper of similar figures seen across the Armorican countryside. In Morbihan, a black coach drawn by 2 horses and a hooded driver collects the souls of the drowned. In Trégor, a man in a wide-brimmed hat stands at crossroads on storm nights, lantern in one hand, rake in the other, raking souls that have strayed. Scholars will later note the pattern. Each county, its own face of death, but the same purpose. The Ankou's form adapts like water to terrain. On the coast, a cart. In forests, a silent walker. In fishing villages, a phantom ship rowing against the wind. By mid-morning, smoke rises from the widow's chimney. Her relatives prepare her body for burial. The women hum low hymns in Breton, blending prayer and charm, words old as the stones themselves. A priest arrives from a neighboring parish, his own sick and dying keeping him from this one, until now. He frowns at their songs, which invoke both God and the old guardians of the land. Christ alone receives the soul, he reminds them. One woman nods, then tosses a handful of salt onto the hearth. An older custom to block the Ankou's return. The priest pretends not to see. In the churchyard, grave diggers work quickly. Each shovel of dirt brings up shards of earlier burials, splinters of coffin wood, a rusted nail, a finger bone pale as chalk. The soil here is tired, turned and returned so often it no longer distinguishes one century from another. When the coffin is lowered, a crow circles above. "One less trip for the servant tonight," mutters a man, half in jest. The others cross themselves all the same. What strikes outsiders most about Breton faith in this age is not its despair, but its practicality. The people do not beg to avoid death. They merely wish to manage it well. A good death is tidy, at home, with candles lit and debts settled. A bad death is sudden, violent, or shameful. Such souls wander, becoming part of the Ankou's retinue until justice or ritual releases them. Thus, every storm at sea, every unshriven soldier adds new servants to his ranks. The procession grows with history. One might ask, why 16th century Brittany? Why does the legend crystallize here when Europe already had its dance macabre frescoes and skeletal nights? The answer lies in geography and memory. Brittany is almost an island, cut by rivers and stone ridges, surrounded by a restless sea. Isolation breeds continuity. While the Reformation and Renaissance reshaped belief elsewhere, here the Middle Ages lingered. Old Celtic cosmology merged with Catholic ritual into something no council in Rome could fully tame. Death was not abstract. It was neighbor, worker, kin. The famine of 1532 deepens this kinship. Grain ships from Nantes fail to arrive. Storms wreck the harbor. By spring, the moor smells of both earth and flesh. Entire families vanish from records, lost to hunger or fever. The Ankou's workload, so to speak, is immense. The chronicler of Saint-Brieuc writes that no cart stood idle that year, meaning funerals, though the phrase takes on eerie resonance. Peasants joke grimly that the servant will soon need apprentices, yet humor itself becomes armor. In taverns, men toast to the Ankou's health, laughing to show they are unafraid. A strange superstition develops. Those who joke of him cannot be taken that week, so laughter rings out even during wakes. The priest disapproves but dares not scold too harshly. After all, laughter is scarce, and anything that keeps despair at bay might be divine in disguise. Night returns faster now, the days shrinking as if the sun itself fears the servant's gaze. A fisherman, old and half-blind, reports seeing the cart by the cliffs of Douarnenez. He came for the drowned, the man insists, and they followed him out of the foam. He claims he saw pale figures walking across the tide, no footprints left behind. The next morning, nets bring up bones instead of fish. The villagers bury them together without names, muttering that at least they will not need a second grave. In those years, burial ground was precious. Cemeteries filled quickly. Bones were exhumed to make space, stacked neatly inside ossuaries, those small charnel houses marked by painted skulls. On the walls, artists drew the Ankou, grinning beside words in both Latin and Breton. Visitors entering such places met death's image directly, yet without terror. "He takes all, but in order," one carving reads. Perhaps that order gave people comfort amid chaos. To imagine death as a servant rather than a tyrant is a strangely democratic idea. The Ankou does not judge, he merely delivers. One account from 1539 tells of a priest who tried to ban the ringing of bells after sunset, calling it pagan invitation. The villagers disobeyed. They said the bells warned the Ankou that the living were alert, the parish awake. Without the sound, he might wander into the wrong house. The dispute ended when lightning struck the belfry. Both sides claimed victory. The priest for divine reproof, the villagers for proof that their warning worked. The servant had been turned away. Among the washerwomen, new rules form. They refuse to launder after dusk. They hang clothes only on odd days, believing even days belong to the dead. They keep one pebble in their mouth while scrubbing, a charm against speaking to unseen company. These small gestures shape the rhythm of rural life. Every superstition is a calendar, every fear a form of order. One might picture a typical Breton home then. Low stone walls, a single room, a crossbeam blackened by smoke. Against that beam hangs a small scythe, blade reversed, a charm to confuse death, since his own tool faces backward. In the corner, a basket of salt. On the door, a bit of rowan branch tied with red thread. Each item carries centuries of inheritance. Together they form a map of human helplessness made bearable by ritual. It is in such homes that the next layer of the Ankou legend takes shape. Children grow up hearing not only that he collects souls, but that he keeps them safe. He drives gently, their mothers tell them, so the souls don't bruise. The thought softens fear into affection. By the fire, elders claim they've seen him tip his hat to the dying, a gesture of courtesy. Breton death, unlike some harsher counterparts, has manners, but the manners have rules. Never mock a funeral procession. Never point at a hearse. Never cross the road in front of the Ankou's cart, even if it appears empty. To do so is to block his path, and he will make room by taking you instead. Thus every funeral becomes theater. Doors left open, men removing hats, women bowing heads until the last wheel turns the corner. What fascinates later historians is how little of this was written down at the time, yet how completely it endured through oral memory. In Brittany, illiteracy did not mean ignorance. It meant adaptability. Words carved in parchment fade. Songs sung nightly survive. And so, across centuries, the Ankou keeps his root. That evening, fog descends once more, thick as wool. Children hurry indoors as the first bell tolls. In the fields beyond, faint lights move, perhaps lanterns, perhaps something else. A distant creak rides the wind. The villagers look to one another. "Not again," someone murmurs. But everyone knows that death's servant has no calendar. He comes when the wheel demands it. The cart's echo fades toward the marsh. Dogs whine. The sea mutters against rock. And on the widow's fresh grave, frost blooms white as lace. Morning drifts across Brittany like a damp shroud, seeping through the hedgerows and the stone alleys. The widow's burial mound lies quiet, but the air feels watchful. Men repairing their nets glance toward the churchyard more often than they mean to. Children, forbidden to play near the graves, whisper rhymes about the servant of the wheel, and dare each other to say his name aloud. One does, and later wakes from a fever crying that he saw a tall man by the door. His mother sprinkles salt across the threshold and murmurs both a prayer and an older charm, just in case. Long before the church carved crosses into these lands, the people here already had guardians of death. The Celts who once ruled Armorica believed that the soul walked in cycles, crossing and returning like tides. Death was migration, not annihilation. In their oldest stories, the last to die in a clan was chosen to guard the path between worlds until another took his place. He was called an Ankou, the watching soul. When Latin monks arrived, translating scriptures into Breton, they fused that watcher into a single figure, Ankou, the death servant. A translation error, perhaps, but one that stuck. That is the hidden root beneath the cross, the idea that death is work. The Ankou is not divine, not demonic, but employed. His task is relentless, yet necessary. Without him, the world would choke on the dead, says a fragmentary text copied by a monk of Llandavenech Abbey, circa 1100, still quoted in village sermons centuries later. It is this blend of faiths, one pragmatic, one sacred, that allows the people of Brittany to live in such calm intimacy with mortality. By 1542, that equilibrium begins to strain. The new Bishop of Léon, eager to cleanse the countryside of remnants of druidry, issues edicts forbidding funeral songs in Breton and mandating Latin liturgies only. But language itself carries belief. Even priests raised among these stone villages slip now and then, letting old phrases creep into their masses. Doe rabars and Ankou, God guard from the death. They cross themselves afterward, half from guilt, half from habit. In a tavern near the coast, an argument breaks out between a visiting preacher from Rennes and the local innkeeper. The preacher insists that tales of the Ankou insult the faith. The innkeeper replies that they keep men honest. When your noble friends cheat a tenant, he says, it is not the bishop who frightens them straight. It's the sound of a wheel in the fog. The preacher laughs, but later, crossing the moor back to his lodging, he swears he hears iron grinding against stone behind him. He walks faster, yet the rhythm follows until dawn. His next sermon is quieter. The centuries remember these conflicts less for theology and more for what they reveal. A tug of war between paper and memory. The church could write edicts. The peasants could outlast them. In the evenings, families still gather by the hearth to tell stories of the years before Rome, when spirits guarded streams and trees spoke in rain. They do not see these tales as opposition to Christianity, merely its soil. Many of their customs survive disguised within feast days. On All Souls' Night, bread is left on the table for wandering spirits. On Candlemas, wax drips are read like omens, the shape said to reveal who will die before the year ends. And on the eve of Lent, when the Ankou's strength is thought to fade, children parade wooden carts through the village, rattling pots to mock him. Even fear has its holiday. Those born at year's end are watched carefully. Midwives whisper that such infants carry the mark of service. Their hair grows pale early. Their eyes catch the lantern's glint strangely. Some live long, uneventful lives. Others die young, and people murmur that the wheel has called for them. A superstition? Yes, but also a comfort. To believe that destiny, not accident, governs death lends tragedy a shape. In 1545, A storm wrecks the coast near Crozon. A merchant ship founders on hidden rocks, its cargo scattering across the surf. Survivors speak of a cloaked figure standing on the cliff, lantern in hand, unmoving as the waves swallow men whole. The only clue found afterward is a length of scorched wood from the ship's mast, its grain carved with 4 circles and a cross between them. The villagers interpret it as the Ankou's wheel, a sign that the dead were taken in order, not waste. It becomes common then to mark graves with wheel motifs beside crosses, blending pagan pattern and Christian hope. Meanwhile, the clergy adapt. Some priests incorporate the legend into their sermons. When the servant comes, they tell the congregation, "He answers the command of heaven. Do not fear him. Prepare for him." In this way, the Ankou becomes less outlaw and more official courier. Ironically, attempts to suppress him only make him respectable. One priest, Father Yvon of Plabennec, leaves behind a curious diary entry from 1548. "I walked through the graveyard at dusk and heard wheels, though no cart was near. I thought perhaps it was the wind in the gate hinges, but the sound was rhythmic and patient. I said aloud, 'Go in peace, good servant,' and it ceased. I think it wise to show courtesy, for he is but God's laborer." Such writings blur the line between belief and observation. Were they confessions or metaphors? Hard to know. But they reveal a truth. Even the learned could not escape the local imagination. The Ankou's cart, they say, is built from yew, wood that never rots, sacred to both druids and graveyards. Its scythe handle is ash, a tree once used to carve cradles, making each stroke a reminder of life's symmetry. The cloak hides nothing supernatural. It is wool, soaked dark with weather. Only the eyes, if he has eyes, gleam like damp metal. These physical details anchor the myth in realism. He might be seen on any road, mistaken for any traveler. That possibility keeps people watchful. A modern mind might call it psychology, a communal personification of mortality. But for those villagers, it is etiquette. Death knocks, you open. Refuse, and he will break the door. Better to welcome him civilly, hence the custom of leaving gates ajar during nights of illness, a gesture both fearful and polite. Every legend acquires its skeptics. One fisherman, Guillaume Lecour, scoffs openly, claiming he met no Ankou on his night routes. He dies 3 weeks later of fever. His brother swears the oars of their boat creaked like cartwheels the night before. The story spreads faster than the disease, proving that even disbelief feeds the myth. What fascinates later anthropologists is the moral neutrality of this figure. Unlike devils or angels, the Ankou punishes no one. He simply fulfills duty. In doing so, he mirrors the Breton farmer's life. Toil without complaint, harvest without boast. When peasants paint him on ossuary walls, they give him their own tools, a rake, a cart, a scythe, never weapons of conquest. Death here is a worker, not a warrior. During the summer of 1550, the bishop's envoys visit the countryside, collecting reports of persistent superstition. Their notes, preserved in the diocesan archive, reveal a subtle shift. They describe villagers who pray to saints in the morning and to the servant at dusk. One envoy records a house where the family kept a small carved wheel on the mantel, offering a drop of cider each new moon so that he may pass by gently. The report concludes, "Their faith is not impious, only crowded." What would you have done living in such a world, where faiths overlap like roof tiles, each catching rain the other misses? Would you choose one or keep them all? As years turn, the Ankou evolves again. Painters begin to depict him not skeletal but cloaked, face hidden, hands human. His weapon shrinks from scythe to staff, perhaps to soften his image for parish walls. The change coincides with the Counter-Reformation, when the church sought to domesticate every local ghost into allegory. Yet for Breton eyes, the figure remains himself, the final neighbor, unbothered by dogma. One evening in late autumn, fog settles over the fields as a shepherd guides his flock home. He notices a single ewe lagging behind. When he turns, he sees another shepherd walking parallel at the edge of the mist, tall, silent, moving with exact rhythm. He calls out, thinking it a stranger, but no reply comes. The figure lifts an arm, pointing toward the churchyard. The man hurries his flock inside the pen. By dawn, he is found dead beside the gate, his staff still clutched upright. From that night, locals begin leaving their tools upright in the field when storms gather, saying it helps the servant find his way. Even superstition can be practical. A wooden pole may indeed divert lightning, so belief becomes survival, disguised as reverence. In the hands of farmers, the legend acts as both talisman and weather rule, both theology and folk science. That duality defines Breton culture. Never pure faith, never pure doubt, always both in tension, and through it all, the cart keeps rolling. Its wheel marks fade with each rain, yet the imagination renews them. Each generation paints the servant in its own image, but the outline endures. A quiet worker on an endless road, punctual as the tide. In the candlelight of another cottage, a grandmother ends her story with the same phrase she learned from hers. Be kind to the Ankou when he comes. He labors so you may rest. Outside, somewhere beyond the hedges, a faint creak answers. Night descends again over Brittany, and the mist clings to the furrows like unspun wool. In the village lanes, candles bloom behind tiny windows, each one a ward against the unseen. Yet beneath these humble lights, new anxieties stir. For every death, there is a question whispered among midwives and elders alike. Who will be next year's servant? They speak of it quietly, for the topic sits between reverence and dread. The belief has hardened by mid-century that the last person to die before year's end becomes the next Ankou for their parish. The title is not chosen. It arrives like frost. Midwives, more than priests, carry the burden of recognizing signs. They watch infants born in late December, especially those emerging in eerie stillness or marked by a veil of membrane, the caul, thin and glistening, which folks say shields against drowning, but binds a soul too tightly to the edge of worlds. In 1552, in the hamlet of Landerneau, a midwife named Rosen attends such a birth. The mother, weak from fever, survives only an hour afterward. The child lives, but never cries. When Rosen touches the baby's palm, she swears it feels colder than snow. She keeps this to herself until the next winter, when the same boy, now toddling, is found staring at an empty road at midnight, smiling. He's greeting the cart, Rosen whispers. The priest orders prayers. The villagers begin leaving milk by the doorstep, unsure whether for the child or for death itself. It becomes an informal calendar of dread. Each year's final days heavy with silence, people waiting to see whose candle will gutter last. The custom grows to light 2 candles instead of 1, one for the living, one to mislead the servant. When dawn comes, and both still burn, laughter replaces tension, and cider flows in relief. The church disapproves of this doubling, but the bishops are far away, and the cart very near. Some scholars later claim this tradition arose to rationalize the randomness of plague. Someone must bear the burden, they reasoned. Better to believe a soul serves purpose than to accept chaos. Yet for those who lived it, the ritual was personal. A peasant's life rarely reached beyond the parish. To think one's spirit might safeguard it after death felt more duty than curse. The Ankou was feared, yes, but also pitied. There are sayings carved into lintels and etched on wooden crosses. Pauter an Ankou zo didros, mednegusk mors. The lad of death is silent, but he never sleeps. The phrase comforts more than it terrifies. Farmers repeat it when storms threaten crops, implying that somewhere the servant is awake, balancing the scales. During Advent, as darkness deepens, children play a cruel guessing game. They gather around the hearth, each holding a straw. The shortest straw means next, though everyone laughs afterward to undo the omen. But 1 year in Plouéga, the boy who drew the short straw falls ill the following day and dies by New Year's Eve. The story ripples outward. The game is abandoned forever. In its place, families begin the custom of giving the last piece of bread at supper to the youngest child, a symbolic offering so death will pass by. The clergy, ever alert to reclaim tradition, adapt yet again. Sermons during Christmastide emphasize the birth of Christ as victory over the servant. The true light breaks the wheel, they preach. But in the same breath, they ring bells at midnight, and villagers murmur that even priests hedge their bets. By now, the Ankou's image has shifted subtly. Early depictions showed a skeleton wielding a scythe, but frescoes from the 1550s in Gouesnou and La Martyre present a tall, shrouded figure, human but faceless, steering a cart through graves. One fresco even adds a faint halo, not of sanctity perhaps, but inevitability. He is not evil, a monk later writes. He is precision, and precision, in a world of uncertainty, feels merciful. The plague returns in pockets, unpredictable and cruel. Villagers notice that when the bell tolls for a death, the wind often changes direction. They call this Cuel an Ankou, Ankou's breath. To guard against it, they hang mirrors face down, believing reflections trap souls mid-journey. Others place bread on windowsills, sustenance for wandering dead, a practice older than Rome. Birth omens multiply. A child born at twilight, when day and night balance, is said to walk two paths. One born during thunder may see spirits, one born during snow may command them. Parents hide these marks, lest the priest demand a baptism twice, once for heaven, once to sever ties with the servant's road. A document dated 1555 from the Episcopal Archives of Quimper reveals how the church tried to counter this lore through bureaucratic means. It orders that all newborns be baptized within 3 days, lest superstition assign them to false offices. The decree fails to change much. Peasants comply publicly, then whisper privately, "If God wills him, Ankou will too." One autumn evening, in the hamlet of Plouzenay, a woman named Catel gives birth as a storm batters the coast. The wind howls so fiercely that the midwife fears the roof will lift. Between thunderclaps, they hear a wheel turning on the road outside. Catel's husband rushes to the door but sees only darkness. The baby is stillborn. They bury it behind the chapel wall, unbaptized. A week later, villagers claim to see a child-sized shadow pacing near the grave. From then on, mothers in the parish place a sprig of hawthorn in their infants' cradles. To scent away the cart, the power of omen births not just fear, but vocabulary. New words enter Breton speech. Ankouez for the chill before bad news. Ankwell for the echo of a cartwheel, Ankou for a strange encounter avoided just in time. Language itself folds the myth into daily life. To speak of death indirectly is to invite his politeness, for he prefers discretion. Even trades adopt the logic. Blacksmiths, coffin makers, and midwives, professions closest to thresholds, are regarded with awe. Each is said to know how to read the servant's passing. A smith never forges iron on New Year's Eve. Sparks mimic the servant's eyes. A coffin maker keeps one board uncut in case the Ankou requests his own. Midwives carry sprigs of verbena for courage, the herb once used to wash druid altars. The 1550s bring another layer of syncretism. Pilgrims returning from Spain bring tales of the Santa Campagna, the spectral procession of Galician dead. The resemblance to Ankou is unmistakable. Breton sailors adopt the Spanish prayers for safe passage, blending them with their own. Sail us home before the wheel turns. Thus, a Celtic remnant finds brotherhood across borders. Death's servant becomes part of an Atlantic fraternity of phantoms, each riding the same winds of empire and faith, and yet the intimacy remains purely local. The people of Brittany continue to imagine their own neighbor as next year's Ankou. This personalization keeps the legend fresh. Every death feels both loss and appointment. Families whisper over the body, "He will serve well. He was honest." Others say, "Pray the next dies soon, so he may rest." The paradox comforts them, that even death needs relief. By the late decade, chroniclers note curious midnight processions. In one account from 1558, a farmer walking home sees 6 figures in white, carrying a coffin, guided by a taller shape, holding a lantern. He follows at a distance until they reach the cemetery gate, where all vanish. In the morning, he learns that a sailor, long missing, has been found drowned and buried by strangers overnight. Such incidents reinforce belief that the servant never fails his duties, even at sea, and so the cycle of omens, births, and burials continues. The Ankou remains not a terror, but a constant, as ordinary as weather, as inescapable as tide. To those who live on this peninsula between land and ocean, such constancy is solace. Before the year ends, Rosanne the midwife dies quietly in her sleep. Villagers leave her door open until dawn, just in case her soul must begin the service she once recognized in others. The wind that morning carries the scent of yew. Somewhere beyond the hills, faint iron groans in rhythm with the surf. By the time Rosanne's candle gutters out, her name is already spoken with careful respect. Some say she was taken gently, without struggle, the mark of a soul prepared. Others whisper that the Ankou came for her himself, that he paused at her bedside to nod, like one tradesman saluting another. No one knows, of course, but every retelling adds calm dignity to her passing. She becomes proof that serving life and serving death are not so different. Winter presses hard on Brittany. The sea grows iron gray, the moors brittle with frost, and nights stretch long enough for imagination to ripen. In these weeks, people keep to the hearth. Grain rations thin, cider barrels empty faster than planned. Yet even hunger seems safer than the darkness outside. Better to starve by fire than feast by lantern, goes the saying. A reminder that light draws eyes, not all of them human. Around the wash places, where women once traded gossip, a new kind of silence hangs. They avoid speaking of Rosanne too directly, lest her spirit still hover near. Instead, they refer to her as Ar Chouarvej, the quiet sister. It's understood who they mean. Her legend mingles with the growing web of omens that mark Brittany's map like candle burns. At dusk, washerwomen claim to hear the whistle again, that thin, descending note said to precede drownings. It slithers between wind gusts, never quite music, never entirely noise. The clergy dismiss it as sea wind through reeds, but even priests avoid the lavoir after sundown. In some parishes, young men test their bravery by waiting there at night. Those who return pale and speechless gain instant notoriety, though no one ever repeats what they heard. 1559. The Church, impatient with what it calls deathly amusements, sends new decrees to coastal priests. Funeral games, nocturnal singing, and any vigil held without clerical supervision are now forbidden. The reasoning is written in smooth Latin. Ne vana superstitione plebs discipiatur. Lest the people be deceived by vain superstition. But paper seldom outlives faith. The bans only drive the customs deeper underground. So while priests preach of eternal life from pulpits, the villagers still whisper their old formulas. A mother rocks her baby while murmuring, "Sleep now, before the wheels find the road." Fishermen spit into the tide before casting nets, muttering, "For the servant's share." A coffin maker sets aside a nail untouched by hammer, believing the next soul's weight will drive it in by itself. That winter sees a string of deaths along the Leon coast. The same night each week, dogs howl and horses refuse to leave stables. One evening, a farmer named Hervé Le Guen hears a cart beyond his field wall. Thinking it a thief, he goes out with a lantern. He sees no one, only a wheel track circling the barn 3 times. By morning, his youngest son is dead of fever. Hervé tells the priest, who tells him to pray. The villagers tell a different version. The Ankou marked the barn because the boy had played there the day before. From then on, people sweep their yards before dusk, erasing tracks that might invite a visit. The tension between church and countryside becomes an unspoken rhythm, 2 faiths pacing each other like partners forced to share a road. Parish records show both contradictions and cooperation. Priests blessing graves, while villagers secretly plant yew twigs beside the crosses. Clergy banning bells after sunset, even as sacristans sneak to ring them. No one rebels openly, yet no one obeys completely. Brittany moves forward by compromise. Meanwhile, storytellers keep the flame alive. Around 1560, a traveling bard named Jan Aruz gathers these tales, carrying them from village to village in exchange for bread or cider. He claims the Ankou once saved him from robbers near Saint-Mayen, appearing as a cloaked rider whose presence froze the thieves mid-step. The story spreads rapidly, softening the servant's image further. He is now not only collector, but protector, enforcing the moral balance of the land. He guards the border between wrong and right, people say, and neither bishop nor king may cross it uninvited. Jan's songs weave the myth into melody. His most famous ballad, Archahar Du, the Black Cart, becomes a favorite at wakes. Sung slowly, it recounts a conversation between a dying man and the servant who comes for him. The refrain translates roughly, "Why do you labor when all must fall? Because order must serve before mercy calls." Even the priests, weary of forbidding what cannot be silenced, begin to tolerate it. The melody eventually enters church funerals under new lyrics. Christ's servant labors when heaven calls. Thus, the Ankou enters the liturgy, disguised but undefeated. That same decade, famine grips the land again. Crops rot from relentless rain. Disease follows hunger like a shadow. A traveler from Nantes writes of villages hollow as shells and roads littered with bones of cattle and men alike. In such misery, the servant's story becomes a means to endure. He must work harder this year, people joke grimly. In their humor lies both defiance and surrender. One evening near Plabennec, a group of children chase what they think is a stray dog into the marsh. They find instead a shape hunched beside a broken cartwheel, its lantern low and steady. The oldest child, barely 12, approaches out of curiosity. The figure turns, no face visible, only a glimmer where eyes might be. He raises a hand as if in greeting. The boy collapses. When his friends drag him home, he murmurs only one phrase before fainting. He was tired. The boy survives, grows to be a mason, and never again works past sundown. If these accounts sound like folklore embroidered by fear, they also reveal a truth about resilience. The Ankou, in his tireless labor, mirrors the people's own persistence. Where other cultures invent heroes to fight death, Brittany invents a servant to accompany it. That companionship becomes a form of courage. Records from 1563 describe an unusual parish meeting in Guimiliau. A magistrate, urged by a zealous priest, orders villagers to surrender charms, false relics, and effigies of the cart. The people comply, publicly. They bring bundles of sticks, claiming they once formed part of a cart's wheel, and burn them before the chapel. But afterward, when the ashes cool, the same villagers mix them into the soil of their fields to protect from blight. The magistrate departs, satisfied. The fields grow well that year. The line between ritual and resistance blurs. Even those who doubt the servant act as though he exists, because belief itself has utility. To oil a cartwheel each new moon is good maintenance, even if done from fear. To sweep thresholds before dusk keeps the home cleaner. The habits survive because they work, whether for spirit or survival. By 1565, the legend has crossed into neighboring regions. French chroniclers traveling from Paris mock the Bretons as death's farmers. Yet their curiosity betrays fascination. One writes, half in jest, "If death has a home, it is Armorica, where he keeps accounts with admirable precision." Villagers respond by carving wooden wheels atop their church gates, a quiet reclamation of pride. Let them laugh, they say. They too shall ride one day. Still, the cost of such coexistence weighs on minds. Some nights, entire families wake from the same dream, the sound of slow hooves circling the house. The next day, someone always falls ill. Scholars, centuries later, will call it a symptom of plague anxiety, a psychosomatic echo of grief. But in that world, explanation does not erase cause. Dreams are messages, illness, reply. It is in those years that a saying takes root. Ankou never sleeps, but he does rest. It means that death pauses out of pity, not fatigue. During good harvest years, people claim to hear no wheels at all. But when famine returns, someone inevitably murmurs, "He is working again." At the year's end, Rosenne's apprentice midwife, now grown, dreams of her old mentor standing beside a yew tree. The older woman speaks gently. It is not pain to serve, it is balance. When the apprentice wakes, frost covers her window, and from the road below comes a single creak, slow, rhythmic, patient. Outside, the mist glows faintly with lantern light. The year 1566 opens with sleet, wind, and a parish so damp that even the church walls sweat. Villagers of Plabennec speak of an unending thaw, the kind that rots shoes, food, and temper alike. The air smells of wet hay and faint rot. Yet within this long misery, a story begins to spread. The tale of the carpenter of Plumiliau, who met the Ankou in plain daylight. Plumiliau sits between forest and sea, a place where fog drifts inland like a tide. There, a carpenter named Perrault builds coffins for the parish. He is practical, sober, and too busy to fear his own trade. His tools hang in tidy order on the wall: plane, saw, hammer, adze. Villagers say he hums psalms while he works, and each blow of his mallet seems to strike time itself. One afternoon, while shaping a coffin for an old sailor, Perrault feels a draft, though the door is closed. The flame of his tallow lamp flickers sideways, then straightens. A man stands at the threshold, tall and wrapped in dark wool, the cowl pulled low. "Good day to you," the carpenter says, trying politeness before fear. "What do you need?" "A coffin," the stranger answers. His voice is soft, dry, like sand sliding down a board. Perrault wipes his hands and asks, "For whom?" "For me?" He laughs awkwardly, thinking it a jest from some villager. "And when will you need it?" "Before dusk." Perrault's smile falters. He studies the figure, but the light catches nothing. No face, no eyes. Only the outline moves, breathing slow. The carpenter, bound by the discipline of craft, does as asked. He selects his finest plank of yew, works quickly, shaping corners smooth. By late afternoon, the coffin is ready, lined with straw. He turns to show his work. The doorway is empty. At sunset, the villagers find Perrault collapsed across his bench, peaceful, eyes open as if still measuring the world. The coffin beside him fits him exactly. The priest blesses the body, but no one doubts who the customer was. The carpenters' meeting becomes a story told wherever hammers strike wood. Some call it warning, others honor. To die at one's own trade, serving even death, is considered a privilege. Better his hands than a stranger's, the elders say. The legend endures because it fits perfectly into Breton logic. Death follows form. Order reigns even at the grave. From that tale onward, artisans begin treating their work as a spiritual partnership. Masons tap their chisels twice before sealing tombstones to alert the servant. Tailors leave a single stitch uncut in funeral garments, so the dead may breathe on the journey. Each ritual builds a bridge between utility and belief, sanctifying labor through fear. Meanwhile, Brittany itself teeters between kingdoms. The union with France, finalized decades earlier, brings taxes and inspectors, but little peace. The countryside remains defiantly old, part medieval, part mythic. Bishops send new orders, magistrates count tithes, but on the moor, life obeys older calendars. In these uncertain times, the Ankou becomes more than folklore. He becomes stability. As rulers change and laws confuse, death remains punctual, fair, incorruptible. He takes priests and peasants by the same road, people say. That equality comforts more than any political speech. Letters from a Jesuit missionary in 1568 describe his frustration. The people adore their grim servant as though he were a saint. They leave bread for him at night and water by the hearth, saying, "He thirsts like we do." I preached that death has no hunger, yet they smiled as if I were the ignorant one. Perhaps they were right. To imagine death's hunger is to humanize it, to make it bearable. That same year, famine again gnaws the coasts. When a child dies, families begin setting a wooden bowl on the grave, filled with rainwater. For the servant's horse, they explain. Such tenderness blurs grief into courtesy. Even the bleakest fields are dotted with these small offerings, reflections of sky shimmering above the buried. Around this time, a subtle linguistic shift enters Breton speech. the word Ankou begins to take plural forms. Ankou'd, meaning both the servants and the deaths. Folklorists centuries later will note how natural this plurality feels. Death, in Brittany, is never alone. Each parish has its own, each family its familiar one. The living and the dead coexist as neighbors on parallel roads. In late spring, a young scholar from Rennes, eager to modernize his homeland, travels through Finistère to document these beliefs. His name is Alain de Kervigan. Educated, skeptical, armed with notebooks, he expects quaint superstition. What he finds unnerves him. In parish after parish, the same details recur. The wheels sound before a death, the open gate, the bread at the window. Consistency, he admits, is not easily dismissed as coincidence. In Plumiliau, he visits Perrault's workshop. The bench still stands, dust-covered but intact. On the wall, he notices a single nail hammered in reverse, head to the wood, point outward. Villagers tell him it's to keep the servant's touch from staying too long. Alain records the detail and tries to pry it loose for study. The nail breaks cleanly in half. He leaves it there. Later that night, lodged at the inn, Alain dreams of a wheel turning slowly beside his bed. He wakes with a start, heart pounding, sure he's heard iron creak against stone. In the morning, the innkeeper tells him the village bell rang once in the night, though no one had pulled the rope. Alain cuts short his travels, writing in his notes. The line between myth and courtesy grows thin in these parts. His words capture the essence of the Ankou's endurance. For the Bretons, disbelief is impolite. Even skeptics perform the customs, not from faith, but from etiquette. You may not believe in him, they say, but he believes in you. Throughout the late 1560s, new reports ripple outward. Ghostly carts seen crossing bridges, cloaked figures pausing by crossroads, wheels that leave no ruts. Some are obvious exaggerations, yet others come from sources of standing: merchants, priests, even a judge. In 1569, a legal record from Saint-Paul-de-Léon documents a disturbance by rumor of an apparition. Villagers claimed the Ankou's cart circled the chapel during a burial. The magistrate notes that 50 witnesses corroborated the sound of wheels. His conclusion reads dryly: fear spread faster than sense, but fear once shared is community, and community, in Brittany's hard centuries, is survival. Through famine, plague, and reform, the Ankou becomes a civic symbol. His image adorns tavern signs, carved roughly in black paint, a hooded figure holding a scythe backward. "Come rest before the servant finds you," reads one motto. Travelers, half amused, half uneasy, stop in anyway. Superstition and commerce intertwine neatly. Even art joins the fold. A mason from Quimper builds a cemetery gate crowned with 2 iron wheels instead of crosses. Locals call it Porge and Ankou, the gate of death. To pass beneath is to remind oneself of fairness. No title, no coin, no creed buys exemption. What would you have done, standing before such a gate in 1569, with wind roaring from the sea and bells trembling above you? Would you step through for blessing or turn away? By decade's end, the servant has become both neighbor and proverb. He never cheats his route, elders say. He walks the line between mercy and measure. The church, exhausted from debate, begins to tolerate him openly. Priests bless carts before harvest, invoking the good servant who gathers souls as we gather grain. Doctrine bends, practice endures. In the closing winter of the decade, a story circulates through Brittany's parishes. A black cart seen rolling across the moor at noon, a time when shadows should protect. The sighting unsettles many. If the servant now travels by daylight, what barrier remains between worlds? Some interpret it as omen of greater plague, others as sign that faith and fear have fused entirely. Either way, the message is clear. Death no longer waits for darkness. Still, life continues. Children play. Lovers meet by candlelight. Carpenters hammer coffins. And somewhere in the fields, unseen, a wheel turns. Steady, precise, faithful to its task. When the next decade dawns, the shadow of the servant has already woven itself into the parish rhythm like a second liturgy. Death no longer surprises the people of Brittany. It converses with them. In the cold morning fog, they greet it under breath the way sailors greet wind, not as enemy, but as constant partner. 1570 brings uneasy skies. The air hangs heavy with coal smoke and rumors. Across Europe, faith wars grind kingdoms into exhaustion. In Brittany, however, the conflict takes a quieter form, not between armies, but between altar and hearth. The Ankou stands at the center of this invisible line. The church's effort to redefine him as an angelic allegory fails spectacularly. Villagers nod during sermons, but afterward gather by the lavoir to whisper the older phrases. Ankou rides when the moon's face is thin, they murmur, and when he rides, the living should not quarrel. Arguments dissolve faster on such nights, superstition doing what law cannot. To outsiders, the persistence seems absurd. To the Bretons, it's simply etiquette. The Ankou has become social glue, a silent magistrate whose justice needs no parchment. A record from 1571, written by a Franciscan friar traveling through Saint-Paul-de-Léon, captures the paradox well. Their fields are blessed by relics, their barns by superstition. They pray to God for rain, and to death for mercy on the same morning. If heresy lies here, it is made of courtesy, not rebellion. That same year, the widow Morwenna of Plogonek loses her husband to fever. When she lights a candle for his soul, she notices the flame lean eastward toward the road. "He comes," she whispers. She opens her door and leaves the candle by the step, as custom dictates. The next day, the candle's wick is gone, melted smooth though the wax remains. She declares the servant took only what was owed, the fire, not her breath. Stories like hers shape behavior more powerfully than decrees. Within months, every home in the parish repeats the gesture. A candle for the departing, flame offered to the road. Candle sellers profit, priests shrug, and the Ankou's road glows faintly each night with tiny, trembling lights. Meanwhile, a curious transformation unfolds among the clergy themselves. Younger priests, raised amid this blended faith, begin to treat the servant as metaphor for humility. In funeral sermons, they tell their flock, "Be as diligent in good works as the Ankou in his labor." Congregations nod in solemn agreement. Even the archbishop, when pressed by visiting bishops, admits that a myth that inspires duty may serve God indirectly. But not everyone welcomes this coexistence. Around 1572, a new magistrate arrives from Paris, Jean de la Tremouille, proud of his rational education and contemptuous of provincial ghosts. He orders parish officials to fine anyone caught propagating tales of the death servant. When his carriage wheel breaks outside the town of Plogonek, the locals repair it quickly, whispering the carpenter's prayer for balance. The magistrate sneers and forbids them to speak the words. That night, His driver wakes to the sound of another wheel rolling behind their tent. He steps out, finds nothing but ruts leading toward the marsh. By dawn, the magistrate lies dead of a sudden chill. The driver flees back to Paris, claiming the servant of Armorica took his master for mockery. The edict vanishes with him. The story spreads, embroidered with detail. A black figure walking beside the carriage, a wheel that mended itself after the death, a crow perched upon the magistrate's hat. True or not, the tale reaffirms the people's creed. Those who mock death earn his punctual attention. The priests say nothing, perhaps because silence is safer than contradiction. Later that same year, famine returns to the coastal villages. Entire harvests drown in weeks of rain. Fields of barley flatten like cloth. Hunger brings suspicion, and suspicion births new variants of the old legend. Some whisper that a false Ankou roams, a servant gone rogue, taking lives ahead of their time. The rumor grows strong enough that the bishop dispatches a delegation to investigate. They find nothing but soaked fields and frightened peasants. Yet even their report ends ambiguously. There is order in their fear. They bury the dead with care, and none go hungry in the households touched by the black cart. Perhaps discipline is a mercy. This is how mythology becomes policy. By now, the Ankou has several faces in regional memory. In Léon, he is a gaunt reaper with a lantern made from a skull. In Cornouailles, a barefoot wanderer who hums as he walks. In Trégor, a shadow whose scythe never gleams. The differences don't divide belief. They personalize it. Each parish has its own story, like a signature of death's handwriting. Fishermen tell of the sea Ankou, whose cart is a small black boat. When storms rise, they hear oars striking the water 3 times. The servant's warning. If they answer by knocking 3 times on the mast, the boat passes by without taking crew. Some sailors even keep a small skull carved from driftwood nailed to the prow, naming it their deck guardian. Maritime officials call it idolatry. Captains call it insurance. On land, birth omens multiply. A rooster crowing at midnight means the servant rides early. A broom fallen by itself predicts an unvisited grave. To outsiders, these customs seem macabre. To locals, they're systems of control. Better to expect him and be wrong, one farmer tells a tax collector, than to forget and be right. Despite relentless church reforms, the Ankou's presence seeps into every profession. Bell ringers pause between tolls to whisper his name. Midwives pour a drop of milk on the floor before tending to a birth. Even judges write marginal notes about defendants who die suddenly, perhaps summoned by his parish servant. Death is now not only theology, but administration. In 1574, a chronicler in Quimper records a night when the entire village of Plougastel claims to have heard wheels grinding along the main street, though no cart was found. Within 2 days, 6 people die of fever. The chronicler himself, skeptical, inspects the road. He finds tracks, but the spacing between wheels is too wide for any known cart. Perhaps oxen, he suggests in his notes, though none were yoked that night. The entry ends curtly. I write this only to record the calmness of the survivors. They merely lit candles and waited. Such calm fascinates later historians. In a Europe ravaged by witch trials and fanaticism, the Bretons confront mortality with quiet order. No witch hunts erupt here. The servant needs no accomplice. Death's presence is explanation enough. Still, one might wonder, does belief breed peace or resignation? Does bowing to inevitability dull the will to resist? Many people still think that the Ankou's legend reflects a kind of fatalism that shielded the Bretons from both rebellion and reform. So what do you think? By 1576, famine begins to ease, replaced by trade from inland France. Ironically, this prosperity strengthens the myth further. When life improves, people credit the servant for resting. They say, "His cart sleeps, our barns are full." Merchants paint the symbol of a wheel on their signs to ensure fair dealings. One tavern advertises itself as the Ankou's rest stop. Its motto, "Eat now, for the road is long." Such humor keeps fear manageable. Laughter in the face of death, long considered blasphemous elsewhere, is here seen as courtesy, acknowledging that even the servant must smile sometimes. In the final winter of the decade, a blizzard seals villages under snow. A bell from Ploigneau tolls endlessly, though the rope has frozen. When men climb the tower to cut it, they find the clapper moving by itself. The priest orders exorcism. The villagers simply shovel paths toward the church so the servant may pass unhindered. He dislikes getting snow in his wheels, they explain. Come spring, the snow melts, leaving deep ruts in front of the church gate, symmetrical, perfect, vanishing into earth halfway through the yard. The priest records it briefly. Strange marks, cause uncertain. The villagers need no record. They already know who made them. And when the next funeral comes, they find the ground soft, as if recently prepared. Spring 1577 unfurls slow and colorless, as though the sky itself mourns. Rain clings to the moors for weeks, then vanishes overnight, leaving dust that tastes of salt. In this uneasy season, a new kind of vigilance takes hold. Villagers of northern Finistère begin to listen not for sermons, nor even for thunder, but for the faintest sound of an approaching wheel. Children grow up trained to identify it. "Not that creak," their mothers whisper. "That one is the miller's cart. Listen for the rhythm. Long, short, long." They tilt their heads, brows furrowed, becoming miniature augurs of the inevitable. The cart has become part of civic education. When one woman insists she heard the sound near the chapel at dawn, others gather to test the ground. They find a single deep rut, circular, looping once around the church and vanishing toward the cemetery wall. The priest calls it erosion. The villagers mark it with small stones and flowers. That night, a newborn dies in its sleep. The circle was for him, they say. The servant already knew. Such incidents weave together until myth feels indistinguishable from bookkeeping. A clerk in Quimper begins recording every reported wheel sound beside the week's death tally. Correlation uncertain, he writes in the margin, but notable. Over decades, these marginal notes accumulate, a parallel archive of mortality written in superstition's language. Yet amid the fear, there is admiration. The Ankou, as the people increasingly say, is tireless, methodical, impartial. In a century of corruption and war, he is incorruptible. Some even begin invoking him in oaths of honesty. "By the servant's wheel, I speak true," traders swear. The phrase soon travels beyond Brittany, baffling outsiders who think it a sailor's charm. That summer, an old quarrel erupts in the market town of Saint-Paul-de-Léon between two fishermen, Jan and Loic, over the ownership of a net. Their shouting draws a crowd. Bets are made. Insults sharpen. Then, as the argument reaches its loudest pitch, the air stills. The gulls vanish from the sky. A single squeal, the unmistakable cry of iron against stone, cuts through the square. Both men freeze. Jan drops the rope first. "I'll buy you a new one," he mutters. The market resumes, subdued. A week later, Loic dies suddenly of fever. Jan pays for the burial and never raises his voice again. Word spreads faster than the wind. From then on, merchants in that town settle disputes quietly. No need to summon the servant, they say. Thus peace, born of terror, replaces law. It is around this time that the church's patience thins once more. Reformers returning from the Council of Trent preach renewed orthodoxy. They denounce relics, folk charms, and especially the worship of death's laborer. But their Latin syllables scatter like seed on rock. The peasants, unmoved, answer with new rituals, quieter but more enduring. On the eve of All Saints, families place a bowl of water at the doorstep. For the servant's thirst, they explain. Inside, they sprinkle crushed thyme across the floorboards, its scent thought to disguise the living from the dead. The following morning, if the water has frozen, they say Ankou passed by. If it remains still, he found no name to collect. Children wake early to check the bowls, treating each discovery like weather. In the parish of Pleben, the wheel's creak becomes literal. Villagers hear it at night, trace it by torchlight, and find hoofprints near the ossuary gate, enormous, perfectly spaced, facing backward. The magistrate inspects, declares them a prank. But 2 weeks later, his assistant falls ill and dies, the only skeptic among the witnesses. The prints vanish with the next rain. This pattern, hearing, denial, confirmation, repeats until belief becomes routine. Even skeptics perform the counter rituals, the way travelers in foreign lands obey local taboos. To ignore them feels rude. Still, not all stories are grim. Some portray the servant as almost companionable. In the village of Lochrenan, a blind beggar claims the Ankou guides him home on storm nights. He walks ahead with his lantern, the old man tells anyone who will listen. He never speaks, but the road stays dry where he steps. The villagers, instead of doubting, begin leaving bread for the unseen guide. The beggar dies content, and his grave is left unsealed for a night. A gesture of gratitude, a young friar named Brother Corentin, moved by such tales, decides to investigate. He travels through the parishes gathering first-hand testimonies, intending to expose superstition through evidence. What he compiles instead is a catalog of consistent experiences. Each witness, from farmer to noblewoman, describes the same sequence: the sudden quiet, the smell of iron, the single wheel cry. Corentin writes in frustration, either they share one dream or the dream shares them. His journal survives centuries later, preserved by monks who recognized its accidental poetry. It captures the paradox, disbelief chronicled with the care of devotion. Meanwhile, the economy turns. Trade with Spain enriches certain ports, and with wealth comes pride. Merchants begin mocking the old customs, calling the Ankou the poor man's accountant. Yet when one prosperous shipowner laughs at a funeral procession, his carriage horse stumbles and breaks a leg the next day. He repairs the animal and apologizes publicly. Even death counts debts, he mutters. From then on, his ships carry no figureheads, only a plain black wheel painted on the prow. The motif spreads. Soon black wheels appear over doorways, on tavern signs, even on the seals of municipal letters. The Ankou has become a civic emblem. Authority, realizing resistance is useless, embraces the symbol. A bishop's letter from 1579 even instructs clergy to bless the emblem rather than forbid it. If the people must have a sign, Let it be one that recalls our mortality. Ironically, by canonizing the wheel, the Church gives the myth institutional legs. Ossuary painters include it beside skulls and hourglasses. Stonemasons carve it into lintels alongside crosses. Merchants stamp it into wax seals beside their initials. Death now keeps the books of life openly. That autumn, storms ravage the coast again. Fishermen stranded at sea report seeing lights dancing upon the waves, twin lanterns moving opposite the wind. When they reach shore, one says he heard a voice calling names, not words, names, short, sharp, Breton syllables. The priest records their account, then adds, likely delusion born of terror. But in the next week, every name called in the storm belongs to someone who dies of exposure or fever. Even the priest, shaken, begins lighting 2 candles before bed. Scholars much later will puzzle over this convergence. How a single image, the servant with his cart, could expand to fill every gap in experience. Fear explains what reason cannot. Order grows from what chaos leaves behind. As the decade closes, Brittany feels both haunted and strangely calm. The servant's presence grants shape to loss, rhythm to uncertainty. If the wheel creaks, so be it. Someone's turn has come, and the living adjust. One evening near All Souls, the bell of La Martyre tolls 13 times, though no hand moves the rope. The sexton, trembling, finds a single black feather on the floor beside the pulley. He pockets it, hoping for luck, and dies within the fortnight. His apprentice nails the feather above the door, muttering that luck changes direction when nailed in place. Thus, superstition breeds art. Art becomes heritage, and heritage becomes faith. The cart rolls on through centuries disguised as ceremony. In those lingering nights, when fog erases the horizon and only the sea keeps rhythm, villagers swear they hear the same voice that Perrault the carpenter once heard, low, patient, courteous. It is only work, and always, somewhere beyond the heather, the wheel turns again. By 1580, Brittany has grown used to living with 2 calendars, one governed by saints' days and royal edicts, the other by the unspoken schedule of the Ankou's cart. The first tells them when to pay taxes, when to kneel at confession, when to sow grain. The second, whispered from hearth to hearth, tells them when not to travel, when to close a window, when to let a candle burn out on its own. Between them lies a country stitched together by faith and fear in equal measure. That spring, the rain refuses to fall. Cattle die in the fields, tongues swollen with thirst. The smell of rot drifts from riverbeds that crack like old parchment. People mutter that the servant has stopped his cart, resting perhaps, and so even the elements wait with him. The priest of Lampol writes, "They pray not for water, but for movement, believing all stands still until death resumes his rounds." Eventually, a storm comes, violent, cleansing, and the first thunderclap shakes the ossuary of La Martyre so hard that its painted skeletons flake from the walls. The villagers sweep the dust into a jar and bury it beneath the altar, saying, "The servant shed his skin. He will travel light now." It is in that same year that the case of Saint Mayen's footprints stirs both church and magistrate. At the small chapel outside the town, locals wake one morning to find horseshoe marks in a perfect circle around the door, as though a single horse had trotted without rest all night. The prints are too deep for one animal and too symmetrical for chance. Priests suspect mockery by heretics. Peasants know better. They whisper that the Ankou came to claim the chapel's bell ringer. And indeed, that man dies 2 nights later, crushed beneath the very bell he had tended for 40 years. The magistrate writes a report, dry and clinical, concluding, "The people attribute all symmetry to death. Symmetry indeed governs everything now. Graves are dug in pairs even when only one body lies within. Doors are built with 2 hinges even for sheds. Children draw twin wheels in the dust before playing. To the Breton mind, balance is salvation. Yet balance, once sought, can also torment." In the village of Gisenyi, a woman named Adela refuses to eat alone after her husband's death. She sets 2 bowls each night, one untouched. Her neighbors warn her it's unwise to invite the servant so directly, but she only smiles. "He already sits where my husband sat," she says. "I'd rather feed him than fear him." When she dies, they bury her with 2 spoons crossed over her chest. For years afterward, the wind outside her cottage is said to hum like a lullaby. The Ankou's legend, by now, no longer belongs solely to the poor. Nobles, anxious for eternity's favor, begin commissioning carvings of the servant for their tombs. In the Cathedral of Saint Paul de Léon, a marble panel depicts him driving a cart laden with both peasants and knights, all indistinguishable in death. The sculptor, one Pierre Lescour, writes in his margin, "My lord desired equality in stone, if not in life." His choice of phrase irritates the bishop, but the people adore it. In 1582, a Jesuit scholar named Father Duval arrives from Paris to correct Breton superstition. He carries with him a thick volume of theology and an even thicker conviction. Death, he preaches, is not a servant, but a sentence. The villagers nod politely, then hand him bread before his journey back, the customary offering to ensure safe passage. When his horse stumbles and he breaks his arm on the road, he mutters later in confession, "Perhaps the servant was insulted." Back in the capital, Duval's letters paint a portrait of a people half in heaven, half in the grave, yet content in both. His superiors file the report under Anthropologia Curiosa and move on. They cannot grasp what the Bretons already know, that the idea of a courteous death is worth keeping. In the coastal towns, commerce grows. Fishermen's songs now include verses about the Ankou steering souls across the sea, a fusion of Catholic requiem and old pagan sea rites. They toss the first catch of the season back into the waves to feed his horse. When the catch is poor, they claim he's hungry. When it's good, they say he's sated. Either way, the servant governs the tide. At midsummer, fires burn on the cliffs, the old Feu de la Saint-Jean, a celebration of both St. John and the solstice. Children leap over flames while elders toss herbs into the smoke to keep misfortune at bay. As the night wanes, someone inevitably sees a dark figure on the far hill, unmoving, outlined against the glow. He comes to count who leaps and who falls, an old man murmurs. None go near, yet when dawn breaks, the footprints vanish, and the people feel oddly reassured. Amid this tapestry of fear and familiarity, one event stands apart. The investigation of the Saint-Méen tracks, formally recorded by the magistrate Étienne Loret in August 1583. He documents testimonies from 30 villagers who swear they saw the cart's outline at the chapel gate. Loret inspects the ground and notes, almost grudgingly, the marks form a ring too even for man's art. He orders them filled in. That night, the parish hears wheels grinding again, this time closer to the village. By morning, the magistrate's horse is found dead in its stall. Lorette himself leaves Brittany within the month, his report unfinished. Such cases accumulate until official records read like folk tales. When asked why they persist in logging phantoms, one clerk replies simply, "Because they always return. For every denial, there is a counter-witness." A young nun at the convent of Lesneven writes that she saw the servant kneeling in prayer before the chapel altar. "He wore no crown," she notes, "but light gathered where his face should be." Her superior strikes the passage from the convent chronicle, but the sisters whisper it anyway, that even death may pray. In the midst of all this, one ritual gains quiet popularity: the Endar Neves, new water. At dawn on the first Sunday of each month, villagers draw water from a running stream, sprinkle it along roadsides, and whisper, "For the wheel, that he may travel smoothly." It keeps roads clean, ditches clear, and bridges washed, a practical civic improvement disguised as devotion. The bishop, inspecting one parish, remarks with reluctant approval, "Superstition that maintains cleanliness is no great sin." By the mid-1580s, belief and governance have fully merged. The Ankou appears in legal metaphors. Judges warn debtors that the servant tallies even what kings forget. Physicians speak of epidemic deaths as the wheels turning. Folk healers mix medicine with prayer, advising patients to sleep with a piece of yew beneath their pillow so the servant mistakes them for wood. And through it all, the cart's sound persists. Faint, rhythmic, reasonable. A farmer plowing late claims he hears it behind him. A widow hanging laundry feels the line tighten though the wind is still. These moments, multiplied across generations, knit the invisible into the ordinary. Then comes 1588, a year of tempests and plague. The English Armada sails against Spain. Rumor says it passes through a fog so thick that even sailors pray to the Breton Reaper for guidance home. Whether coincidence or myth, the storm that destroys the fleet that summer is remembered here as Ankou's breath over the channel. For the Bretons, such events are confirmation. Their servant is no longer provincial. He moves with tides, deciding battles as easily as burials, and yet, beneath this grandeur, his human touch remains. In a cottage near Morlaix, an old woman named Isabel dies peacefully, candle in hand. Her family finds beside her bed a single black feather and a small wooden wheel carved from applewood. She had made it herself in youth. On the back is etched, "For him who never forgets." They hang it above the hearth, where it still turns slightly when the wind comes from the west. The servant's work continues, unseen, methodical, patient, and every creak, every silence reminds the living that order, however grim, still reigns on the edge of the world. By the winter of 1588, Brittany has become a land of omens, catalogued as thoroughly as taxes. Each parish keeps its own list of deaths, plagues, and inexplicable sounds. A ledger of mortality, written as much in belief as in ink. The scribes may call them incidents, but everyone else knows their messages from the servant's road. The new century seems close enough to touch, yet nothing feels new. The same fields flood, the same bells toll, the same fog rolls from the same sea. Only the faces change, and perhaps that is the comfort the Bretons cling to. That death, though certain, never innovates. The stories travel now by foot and by boat. Merchants carry them inland to Nantes and Rouen. Sailors hum them across to Cornwall. Foreigners listen with fascination to this Ankou who works without malice or rest. They have their reapers, their fates, their angels, but none so courteous. English chroniclers call him the Breton Valet of Death, half in jest, half in envy. The title endures, yet at home, reverence shades into caution. That same year, a fever grips the inland valleys. Entire families vanish in a month. Priests stagger from house to house administering last rites until they themselves collapse. With no one left to bury the dead, the survivors whisper that the servant has overworked himself. To help him, they form processions of mercy, groups of men pulling empty carts through the night, reciting psalms so death may delegate his duty. The practice spreads across the province. When plague subsides, the carts are burned and ashes buried at crossroads to anchor his path. From those ashes rises one of Brittany's most enduring customs, the lantern of the dead. Tall stone towers with narrow windows, each housing a single lamp lit at dusk. Their purpose is officially Christian, to guide the souls of the departed, but everyone knows the light also signals the Ankou's way. The first confirmed tower stands at Pleben, dated 1589. Others follow within years. A priest named Father Guillaume defends the tradition before his bishop. Better to light for the servant than to stumble in his dark. A lantern offends no scripture. The bishop, pragmatic, allows it. Thus superstition becomes architecture. During these same years, an uncanny pattern begins to trouble officials. Reports of hoofprints around chapels, first rare, now frequent, appear simultaneously across parishes. The shapes are nearly identical. Two large arcs curving toward each door, never away. Magistrates suspect pranksters, perhaps young men imitating the tales. One is caught scattering ashes to form false tracks and is fined heavily. He mocks the punishment, saying, "If the servant rides, he'll pay for me." That night, a stable fire claims his horse. Coincidence? The judge writes. The villagers call it punctuality. In 1590, plague revisits Quimper. Fear spreads faster than contagion. Families hang herbs over doors, rosemary for protection, rue for peace, yew for passage. These are not random. Each plant ties to an old funerary belief. Rosemary recalls remembrance, rue purifies, and yew, sacred to druids, binds life to death. Within a week, the whole town smells like a forest after rain. Even the sick rooms feel calmer, as if the scent itself negotiates mercy. One physician, half skeptical, half humbled, observes, "Their superstition cleans better than our medicine." As the epidemic wanes, a legend blooms in its wake. A black cart, they say, rolled through Quimper one night, drawn by oxen of shadow. Its driver stopped at each house where the fever still burned. By morning, those inside were either healed or gone. From then on, people leave buckets of water by the road, in case he rides again. The cart's sound, once fear, now almost reassurance, defines the era's nights. Travelers on foggy roads describe hearing 2 creaks for every heartbeat. One Englishman records in his diary, "It seemed the entire land breathed in rhythm with an unseen wheel. Even the educated cannot escape the cadence." Alain de Kervegan, now old, revisits his notes from decades before and adds a melancholy line. "If death has a method, Brittany has heard it longest." By 1591, politics intrude. The French crown demands new taxes to fund wars of religion. Inspectors arrive, armed with papers and impatience. They find a people polite but immovable. One officer complains that villagers refuse to sign documents after dusk. "They say the servant dislikes ink at night," he writes. Another reports that every ledger must end on an even number of pages, lest one leaf be left open for death to write his own name. Administration grinds to myth's rhythm. That same winter, heavy snow isolates the western parishes. Food dwindles. When spring finally melts the drifts, travelers find the roads lined with wooden markers, small crosses tied with iron nails. No one claims responsibility. They stand exactly a wheel's width apart, stretching for miles. The path leads straight to a chapel where an empty cart rests, newly built, its wheels unused, its wood unsullied by mud. A note hangs from the yoke. For when he returns, tired, the priest blesses it, then orders it dismantled. The villagers obey outwardly, but within weeks another appears. If even death deserves tools, they argue, should we not provide? The blending of mercy and morbidity fascinates outsiders. A Spanish sailor who winters near Douarnenez writes home, "These Bretons feed death as we feed dogs. Perhaps that is why he bites them gently. Not all encounters are gentle." That same year, a drunkard mocks a funeral passing by, an act considered unforgivable. As the procession turns the corner, a wheel from the coffin cart bursts, crushing his foot. He dies of infection within days. The villagers say the servant drove the wheel himself to defend his dignity. From then on, each parish keeps spare wheels blessed and ready, so no procession halts mid-road. The ossuary art of the period reflects this curious morality. Painters depict the Ankou neither as terror nor saint, but as weary worker. In La Martyre, a mural shows him pausing to wipe his brow while monks and peasants labor beside him. Beneath runs an inscription in Breton: "Labor for the living, toil for the dead." The message is as much civic creed as theology. Philosophers centuries later will read this as the foundation of Breton Stoicism, the belief that endurance itself sanctifies. To live with awareness of mortality, they argue, is not despair, but discipline. In late 1592, a strange rumor sweeps Finistère. A young boy, orphaned and mute, is found wandering the moor at night, carrying a lantern made from a hollowed turnip. When questioned, he points toward the cemetery and signs for silence. Some say he is the servant's new apprentice. Others say he's merely lost. But when he dies of fever a month later, his grave remains untouched by frost. The villagers claim the servant visited, his wheel warming the soil. The legend of the lantern child joins the growing canon of compassion within the myth, proof that even death adopts orphans. By 1595, the French crown finally secures control over Brittany. Soldiers march through the villages, clumsy in mud, expecting rebellion. They find instead candlelit windows and greetings spoken softly in Breton. "Peace to your road." None understand it, but they feel the hush that follows, and even hardened captains lower their voices. The centuries close brings reflection. Parish records note fewer violent quarrels, fewer thefts. "Fear teaches civility," writes a magistrate. Yet perhaps it's more than fear. In serving death with courtesy, the Bretons have mastered courtesy itself. That December, as storms hammer the coast, bells from Plaben ring without command. The sound rolls over moors and valleys like the echo of a giant wheel. Villagers listen from doorways, candles in hand. No panic follows, only the murmured refrain that has defined a century. "He works so we may rest," and when morning comes, the snow bears two perfect ruts leading nowhere at all, and everyone agrees it is enough simply to have heard them. Summer of 1596 brings uneasy quiet to Brittany. The air feels thick, heavy, with the residue of too many prayers. Harvest is good, the wars have ebbed, and for once no plague bell rings from the church towers. Yet calm unnerves a people who have learned to trust the rhythm of calamity. When the cart does not ride, says an old proverb, the world forgets its manners, and so into that lull comes the duel at Saint-Paul-de-Léon. The story begins with a drunkard named Hervé Penec, a mason's son known more for laughter than work. After a night of cider and bravado, he stumbles into the square and mocks a funeral passing by, a farmer's procession, humble but solemn. "Move faster, old servant," he shouts at the coffin cart. "You'll be late for supper." Laughter from the tavern echoes behind him. Then, the moment silence falls, the wheel squeaks once, long and low. Hervé, emboldened by drink, draws the wooden practice sword he carries from militia training and slaps the coffin cart's side. "Face me then," he says. The procession halts. The oxen shudder. Even the priest pauses mid-prayer. Then the breeze shifts, the air growing suddenly cold enough to dim the lanterns. One wheel turns backward, half a rotation, by itself. Hervé's laughter stops. The priest hisses for everyone to keep walking, but the mourners scatter, leaving the cart alone with the fool. By morning, Hervé is found in the square, slumped beside the cart. No wound, no bruise. His skin has the pallor of candle wax, his eyes fixed open. The doctor writes, "Heart failure." The parish records note simply, "Mocked the servant." Thus begins one of the most discussed trials in Breton folklore. Not a trial of the dead, but of words. The magistrate, fearing unrest, insists on an inquest. Witnesses recount the night's events, voices trembling. The priest describes a sudden wind from the east that smelled of yew and salt. A woman claims she saw a tall figure in the fog, hooded, but not in mourning cloth. The oxen refused to eat for 3 days after. In his final report, the magistrate writes, "Superstition breeds obedience faster than law," then adds, almost admiringly, "No one drinks in the square after dusk now." The episode becomes cautionary theater. Ballads spread through taverns. The man who mocked the wheel. In some versions, Hervé duels the Ankou and loses. In others, he begs pardon and is spared only to die laughing. Either way, the tale serves its purpose. It keeps the peace. The clergy sees the story too, turning it into sermon. "Pride mocks even death," they thunder. But death has infinite patience. Yet in retelling, even priests adopt Breton phrasing. The servant waits, but never forgets. That summer, signs multiply. Villagers find footprints pressed deep into fields that no human or horse could cross. A farmer in Plouguereau reports hearing hammering from his barn after sunset. When he investigates, the door swings open on its own. Inside stands a coffin. He swears he did not build. He leaves it untouched. The next morning, his neighbor dies unexpectedly, and the coffin fits perfectly. It is said that the Ankou never makes mistakes, only arrangements. Across the peninsula, magistrates attempt to classify the growing folklore as collective hysteria. But the more they record, the more consistent the details become. Every case begins with sound, a wheel, a knock, a whisper, followed by sudden stillness. No witnesses ever report seeing a face. One curious document survives from 1597, an official letter from the Bishop of Quimper ordering the inspection of noises attributed to supernatural wagons. A scribe adds a marginal note, "Recommend holy water for the wheels." Still, faith and fear mingle productively. Graveyards are expanded and better kept. Coffins standardized. Records meticulously kept for the servant's ease. Even mortality becomes administration. Meanwhile, artists paint again. The ossuary of Saint-Égonec gains its famous mural that year, the Dance of the Penitents. In it, the Ankou leads a procession of men carrying their own coffins, while a bishop bows politely to him. At the mural's bottom, a small inscription reads, "Respect keeps order." That phrase will later summarize an entire era. The Ankou's reputation shifts subtly here. He is no longer the peasant's reaper, but a moral auditor, a force that rewards humility and punishes arrogance. The clergy adapt accordingly. Confessors begin asking, "Have you mocked the servant?" alongside questions of sin. Absolution sometimes includes the penance of carrying wood to the churchyard to lighten the cart's burden. One priest even devises an elaborate ritual to prove virtue. He stands at crossroads at midnight, lantern lit, declaring, "If I lie, let the wheel turn." It doesn't. The villagers proclaim him pure. The next week, the ritual spreads across parishes, less to test honesty than to remind people of their own fragility. Then, in 1598, comes the plague year of Brittany. The disease creeps inland from ports like a thief who knows every road. Bells toll constantly, graves overflow. Yet amid the horror, order holds. The people believe the servant works overtime and pity him. He grows thin. They whisper, the cart louder. Clerks record an eerie regularity. Most deaths occur at equal intervals, as if scheduled. The pattern comforts them. The servant keeps his appointments, they say. Villagers leave bread on windowsills, milk at crossroads. Children's lullabies turn into whispered bargains. "Let him pass by, for I have been good." A traveler from Normandy describes entering a plague-struck town expecting chaos, only to find calm. Candles in every window, roads swept clean. No cries, only order, he writes. It is as if the dead still supervise the living. One night that summer, near Quimperlé, a procession of monks carrying the sick sees a dark shape waiting at a bridge. They pause, thinking it a mourner. The figure lifts its lantern, and each monk later insists the flame changed color, from gold to green to white. The next day, the plague wanes. The abbot records the event as miracle. Villagers say simply, "He closed his ledger." After the plague, the Ankou's role grows almost compassionate. He is no longer just death's agent, but a custodian of rest. People speak of him with weary gratitude. He takes gently now. In markets, they greet each other not with good day, but light road, a phrase meaning both safe journey and peaceful death. By the century's close, the legend has matured into moral code. Do your work well, speak kindly, keep your word, for the servant keeps his. One final account from 1599 closes the era's chronicles, a letter from a scholar in Paris summarizing his journey through Brittany. He writes, with a mixture of admiration and dread, "They fear nothing as much as dishonoring their death. In their eyes he is not enemy, but employer, punctual, just, and incorruptible. If heaven should send an angel, he would find himself redundant. What would you have done, walking those roads at dusk, when even the wind seems to keep polite distance? Would you whistle to prove courage, or stay silent to show respect?" The last wheel of the century turns into the new one. Lanterns flicker on church walls. Bells toll not for plague, but for peace. And though no one sees him, everyone hears the faint roll of iron on stone. a final signature upon the century's end. The new century begins in fog. It rolls off the sea like an old habit and lingers over the fields, softening every outline. The year is 1600, and Brittany exhales after half a century of plague and famine. Its people, though tired, are still precise in their customs. Gates left ajar on winter nights, bread set by windowsills, candles lit for unseen travelers. They no longer name these acts superstition. They call them good manners. In the parish of Quimper, the ledgers for that first year of the new century contain a curious note written in the priest's small, neat hand. No deaths this month unblessed, none buried without light. A rare thing, that calm. So rare that it stirs suspicion. Some whisper that the Ankou has gone missing, or rests, or worse, has been replaced. The rumor begins with a woman from Puldrozic who swears she saw a second cart following the first, a smaller one pulled by a mule, its driver cloaked in gray rather than black. "He looked young," she insists, "too young." Her neighbors tell her to hush. Yet when a child dies the next night, the story spreads. The servant has taken an apprentice. That spring, a magistrate in Morlaix records unprecedented order in the villages. The people no longer fear nightfall, he writes, for they believe death himself keeps inventory. And indeed, the countryside feels strangely governed. Disputes settle before dark. Debts are paid promptly. Every funeral proceeds with the same rhythm: cart, candle, silence, prayer. It is as if the servant has become not just myth, but magistrate. Then comes the event that scholars will later call the Plague Year Testimony. It begins in 1602, when the pestilence returns, though less cruel than before. In Quimperlé, a friar named Mathurin writes daily in his ledger, recording not theology, but observation, "I have seen him. He stood at the pit's edge, still as the yew tree beside it. His lantern did not burn, yet I saw the faces of the dead by its light. He worked without haste, without delight. And when he left, the wind changed, and the air cleared." Mathurin's words spread like contagion of another kind. Unlike most witnesses, he names no miracle, demands no belief. He writes as one clerk acknowledging another's diligence. For generations afterward, this entry will be quoted not as evidence of fear, but as proof of order amid ruin. The 1602 registers of Quimperlé confirm something extraordinary. Within a year that claimed thousands across France, the Breton parishes lose fewer than most. Officials attribute it to isolation. Villagers attribute it to the servant's fairness. He does not double count, they say. When his cart is full, he rests. In this calm, ritual flourishes. Households polish their charms anew. A new protective custom arises, hanging a scythe blade reversed above the door. Its backward curve, they say, confuses the servant. He reaps where he faces, not where he's been. Yet many admit they hang it not to bar him, but to honor his craft. "He works as we do," explains a farmer, "and every tool deserves its resting place." Meanwhile, written accounts become bolder. Painters sketch him openly, no longer as skeleton, but as man, tall, thin, cloaked, sometimes weary-eyed. In these new images, he is almost pastoral, like a field worker stopping to drink water. A pamphlet printed in Nantes describes him as the first and last laborer of every parish. The church censors it, but not quickly enough. By the time the order arrives, most copies are already nailed to tavern doors as blessings. Even the language shifts. To say the Ankou passed last night no longer means someone died, but simply that a storm blew through, a harvest failed, or an argument ended suddenly. The servant becomes metaphor for all forms of closure, yet the old terror still waits under the surface. That winter, in the hamlet of Trèfle-Venet, a fever spreads through a single family. The father dies first, then 2 daughters. When the youngest son survives, he claims he heard a voice at the window saying, "You are too young for my cart." He grows up to be a coffin maker. People nod knowingly. Such tales accumulate until a pattern emerges. The Ankou now feels selective, even merciful. To some, he appears as shadow. To others, dream. A girl in Pludamezo dreams of a man sharpening a scythe, each stroke humming like a lullaby. In the morning, her grandfather dies peacefully. She tells no one for years, then confesses to a priest, who advises her to thank the servant in prayer. If all this seems too calm, the calm will soon break. The summer of 1604 brings drought, followed by a strange sickness that leaves no marks. The afflicted simply fall asleep and never wake. Villagers call it the quiet fever. They bury the dead by the dozen, yet each body looks as if still resting. Some say the servant now carries a new tool, a feather instead of a scythe. The bishop forbids mention of this, calling it pagan metaphor. But mothers begin keeping feathers above cradles, believing they draw away the drowsing breath before he can take it. In one notable case, a parish priest named Father Corentin documents 47 such deaths. He writes, with weary precision, "There is no contagion that I can see, no swelling, no heat, no rot. They go as one goes to sleep. The servant has found silence enough to work unseen." His diary ends abruptly. The next page is blank, save for a faint line drawn across it. 2 parallel strokes like wheel ruts. The parish erects a small shrine in his memory. 2 carved wheels entwined with vines. When rainwater gathers in them, villagers say, "He passed gently." By now, the Ankou's myth has fused entirely with civic rhythm. Bells toll not only for deaths, but for storms, harvests, births. Each sound marks the wheel's unseen rotation. The blacksmiths call their hammers the servant's echo. Millers bless their wheels with drops of holy water, so that when they turn, he remembers to rest. It is also during this period that written death calendars appear, sheets of parchment hung in churches listing not saints, but notable local passings, each accompanied by a small painted cart. The church tolerates them as records, though everyone knows they are acts of gratitude, acknowledgments to the worker who never errs. And then, the incident that will crown this century's memory. The midnight ringing of Saint-Maën. In 1606, during a heavy fog, the bell of Saint-Maën tolls 12 times without touch. The sexton, terrified, runs to the tower and finds the rope moving on its own, looped as if guided by unseen hands. When it stops, silence falls so complete that even the sea seems to listen. The next morning, 12 names are missing from the town's census, 11 dead, 1 vanished. The magistrate writes the incident plainly. Bell rang true, count accurate. From that day, whenever fog thickens, villagers pause their work to count how many rings they hear. If fewer than 12, they say, the servant is merciful. If more, he is thorough. Such precision turns dread into something almost elegant. Death, for the Bretons of this era, becomes not chaos, but choreography. Every wheel squeak, every toll, fits a pattern that keeps the living upright. And when visitors ask how they endure so much talk of graves and ghosts, they answer simply, "It keeps us tidy." For in a world that teeters always between sea and stone, order itself is salvation, and none keep order so faithfully as the servant of the wheel. The year 1607 begins beneath skies the color of pewter. The fields glisten with thawing frost, and the air carries that brittle stillness that makes even whispers sound deliberate. Brittany feels between centuries, its people balanced between faith and folklore, the living and the dead. The Ankou has become the boundary itself, neither phantom nor saint, but function. In early spring, new customs appear. Families start tying rowan branches above doorways, bound with red twine. The church calls it vanity, villagers call it courtesy. He sees red and knows we honor him, they say. Along with these charms come seed rites. Before planting, farmers toss the first handful of grain toward the east, murmuring, "To lighten his cart." The phrase means both to honor the dead and to wish for a smaller harvest of souls. In Plaben, the local blacksmith, Mile Rio, fashions small iron wheels, charms the size of a coin, and sells them for a few sous each. Each bears the shape of a cross inside its spokes. The charms spread across the region faster than any sermon. Pilgrims nail them to doors, barns, and boats. Priests grumble that it's idolatry, but many quietly wear one under their cassocks. One night that spring, a thunderstorm strikes with such force that the bell tower of Saint-Herbeau cracks. When villagers inspect the damage at dawn, they find the stone fissure shaped perfectly like a wheel. Inside the crack rests an iron charm, one of Miles. The servant caught it, they say. He saved the bell. From then on, Miles' wheels are blessed openly, sometimes even by clergy. If death honors work, says Father Le Goff, we should honor his diligence. The shift from fear to partnership is nearly complete. Still, rituals of protection persist. Households scatter salt across thresholds at sunset. Children draw circles on the ground around animals before leading them to pasture. When someone falls ill, neighbors line the windowsills with candles and bowls of water, not to drive the Ankou away, but to guide him cleanly if he must come. They call these the soft gates. It is during this season that the first written guide to keeping proper order with the servant appears. Compiled anonymously, it lists simple directives. Keep tools sharp, dull edges invite confusion. Do not whistle in the dark, the road listens. Speak kindly to strangers, they may walk farther than you. Leave a light for the cart, but not too bright. He dislikes boasting. The pamphlet circulates from market to market, copied by hand. By the time the bishop bans it, half the parishes already quote it from memory. Amid this almost contractual peace, the legend of the painter of the ossuary emerges, the story that will cement the Ankou's image for centuries. In 1609, a painter named Jérôme Lagadec arrives in the village of La Martyre. He's been hired to refresh the ossuary frescoes, those faded murals that line the charnel walls, showing skeletons, merchants, monks, and peasants marching together toward eternity. Lagadec is young, confident, and city-trained. He intends to replace the crude old figures with refined allegory. Death as justice, death as triumph. But one night, as he works alone by lantern light, he hears a faint creak behind him. Thinking it the scaffolding, he steadies his brush. The sound comes again, closer. A single wheel turning slowly across stone. He feels a wind, though all windows are shut. Lagadec looks up and sees, in the reflection of a puddle, a cloaked figure standing among the bones piled in the corner. The figure says nothing. The painter lowers his brush and whispers the line every Breton knows. Work well, traveler. The figure inclines its head once and vanishes. When the villagers enter the ossuary the next morning, they find the unfinished mural transformed. The skeletal death has disappeared. In its place stands a cloaked man with weary eyes, lantern in one hand, scythe in the other, pausing to regard the viewer directly. Beneath him runs a single inscription, painted in red. He labors, therefore we live. The painter is found asleep on the floor, unharmed but gray-haired overnight. He claims he worked all night alone. The priest says the mural changed by miracle. Either way, it remains untouched for centuries, its pigments somehow refusing to fade, even when others do. From that image onward, the Ankou acquires his final face. Not horror, not abstraction, but humanity carved from exhaustion. The people see themselves in him. Farmers say, he works the last field. Sailors say, he rows the last tide. Blacksmiths add, he tempers souls as we temper iron. And when storms come, they no longer ask why. Only whether the servant's road remains clear. In 1610, a new monarch ascends in Paris, and France leans toward central rule. Tax collectors return to Brittany with fresh demands. Resistance flickers, but never ignites fully. We have enough masters already, villagers joke, and ours keeps better accounts. That same year, a smallpox outbreak strikes the coast. The afflicted are isolated in barns, tended by volunteers who whisper, he rides again. But rather than panic, they organize with methodical calm. Graves are dug in advance. Herbs are boiled for the living. The contagion passes quickly, leaving only gratitude behind. Historians will later note the difference. Elsewhere, plague breeds hysteria. Here, it breeds logistics. Death's servant has taught the people bureaucracy. In this period, Breton households begin keeping small ledgers of their own, not for crops or debts, but for the dead. The records list each loss with date, cause, and sometimes a brief remark. Taken swiftly, spoke kindly, no pain. On the final page, every ledger ends the same way. 2 drawn circles, side by side. Wheels. One scholar centuries later will call them portraits of serenity disguised as bookkeeping, and yet the Ankou remains vigilant. Every few years, strange sounds stir memory. One night in 1611, the villagers of Saint-Herbeau wake to what they describe as a chorus of wheels. The noise fills the valley for nearly an hour, hundreds of overlapping creaks, none visible. Come morning, no one has died. The priest preaches it as a warning. The people interpret it differently. He's counting us to make sure no names are missing. From that point onward, the practice of oiling cartwheels every new moon becomes law, not mere tradition. To keep the road smooth for all, the decree reads. Even magistrates obey it. Protection, appeasement, and partnership have fused into one seamless system. Part religion, part routine. The apotropaics, as modern scholars will call them centuries later, have less to do with fear than maintenance. Iron charms, salt lines, reversed blades. Each keeps life moving properly, lest death forget its manners. One philosopher writing in the 18th century will sum it up elegantly. They turned mortality into housekeeping, but in these early 1600s, no one names philosophy. They simply keep living as they always have, listening for the wheels whisper, working until dusk, leaving the gate unlatched, and on certain nights, when fog presses against the windows and silence hums like breath, someone inevitably looks up from the hearth and says softly, "He's passing." Let the fire burn steady. The others nod, not in fear but in respect. for the servant of the wheel has become not their doom, but their rhythm. The year 1612 begins with an unseasonable frost that stiffens the fields before they can bloom. Farmers in Finisterre mutter that the servant has ridden too early, chilling the earth with his breath. Yet when the thaw comes and crops emerge twice as lush, they change their tune. He only swept the road. Such reversals no longer surprise anyone. To the Bretons, the Ankou's moods are simply part of the weather. At dawn, the countryside smells of damp yew and candle wax. The living still tend to the dead as though they were tenants. Graves weeded weekly, headstones washed, bread left by the gate for any traveler with neither name nor pulse. The church tolerates it now. Even bishops murmur that piety has many forms, and order, even morbid order, is a kind of grace. But there are cracks in the calm. That spring, rumors begin of a second servant, a pale figure seen on moonlit roads, not cloaked in black, but dressed in white linen, carrying no scythe. The first report comes from a shepherd in Plonnier-Menet, who claims he saw a mirror of the Ankou following at a distance, silent and barefoot. The next morning, his flock scatters. He finds every hoofprint doubled, as though each sheep walked beside itself. Within weeks, others repeat the story. A lightless apparition who lingers after the cart passes, gathering what the servant leaves behind. Some call it the washer, others the counter, a meticulous shadow ensuring no soul escapes the tally. Fear flickers again after half a century of peace. The priests, anxious to prevent panic, preach that the figure is merely the angel of rest, completing the servant's labor. But in taverns, the whispers turn darker. Perhaps the Ankou has tired, or worse, has been replaced. Every servant must one day be served, an old woman mutters in the marketplace. Even death hires help. Her words lodge in memory. The washer legend spreads inland, reshaping the old myth. People begin hearing two sounds now instead of one. The wheels creak, and faintly after it, a slow dripping, like water squeezed from cloth. A new superstition arises. When the night is quiet, villagers leave a bucket of water outside. If it's half empty by morning, they say the washer has passed. If it's full, the road remains unfinished. The church ignores this at first, until a series of strange deaths makes silence impossible. In 1613, the small town of Châteaulin reports 5 men found drowned in their beds, lungs full of water, but no sign of flood. Physicians attribute it to sudden illness. The widows insist they heard dripping on the roof that night, though no rain fell. One woman claims to have seen a pale figure bending over her husband with a soaked cloth. Her neighbors build a wall of stones across the road outside her house to keep the washer from returning. The next week, the stones are found neatly restacked in the shape of a cross. Word travels fast. The two servants become a pair of inevitabilities, the first merciful, the second thorough. From this duality, the Bretons carve new etiquette. When a death occurs, families leave 2 candles by the window, one to guide the wheel, one to dry the cloth. Philosophers will later argue that this doubling reflects the people's subtle theology. Life requires both act and audit, motion and memory. But to those living through it, it's simply practical. Amid the unease, an extraordinary event steadies belief. In 1614, a storm levels part of the ossuary at Saint-Égonec. Among the rubble, masons discover a perfectly intact wheel carved in stone, centuries older than the building itself. Its center bears a Latin inscription, Finis et principium una via, end and beginning, one road. Scholars debate whether it's Roman or medieval, but the villagers need no proof. He built before us, they say. The relic becomes an object of pilgrimage. Travelers touch the carved spokes for luck, tracing circles with their fingers as if greeting an old employer. For a time, peace returns. Then, a single entry in a parish register reignites fear. April 1615. 2 carts heard, 1 bell rung. The entry refers to an incident in the hamlet of Gwengot. Villagers awake to the sound of wheels moving opposite directions on the same road. At dawn, they find twin ruts pressed into the mud, crossing and uncrossing like braids. No one dies that week, but every cow in the parish stops giving milk. The priest calls it hysteria. The farmers call it debt collecting. The same pattern appears across Brittany. Double sounds, double marks, double meanings. Some believe the Ankou and the washer travel together, one gathering, one cleansing. Others claim rivalry, that the new figure corrects the old. Still others insist the doubling is only the servant's reflection, for even he must see himself sometimes. Amid these debates, a Jesuit scholar from Paris named Etienne Marot arrives to investigate. Educated, confident, he believes superstition is the shadow of ignorance. He travels with ink, parchment, and skepticism until the night he lodges at a farmhouse near Carhace. The farmer later swears that during the night, the scholar woke shouting, "They count aloud." No one else heard voices. In the morning, Marot's pages are covered in water stains shaped like circles, and his handwriting changes mid-sentence. His final words before departing. They are meticulous. His report, found years later among Jesuit archives, concludes, "They treat death not as curse but clerk, and perhaps that is why it keeps such perfect records." From that point, even scholars tread gently when describing the Ankou. The church, tired of correction, rebrands him publicly as the faithful steward of God's harvest. The washer is omitted from sermons, but the people keep 2 candles anyway. Meanwhile, ordinary life adapts. Shipbuilders begin painting twin wheels on prows instead of crosses. One for the journey out, one for the journey home, they say. Midwives place bowls of water under birthing beds to fool the washer into thinking the child already cleansed. Markets sell twin charms, 2 small wheels bound by thread to hang over doorways. In 1617, the Bishop of Quimper commissions a new ossuary mural at Plougastel to unify doctrine and folklore once and for all. The painting depicts 2 figures, the black-cloaked servant guiding his cart, and behind him, a pale shape pouring water from a jug. Beneath, in Breton script, a single line reads, "He gathers, she remembers." For the first time, the people give the second figure a name, Ar Sehoazer, the washer. Years later, when sunlight strikes the mural through stained glass, the water seems to shimmer. Children press their palms to the wall and feel it cool. But for now, in these early 1600s, 2 sounds rule the night: the creak of the wheel and the faint, deliberate drip that follows it. Together, they make a rhythm that keeps Brittany balanced between work and rest, between ending and recall. The legend has doubled, and with it, so has the peace. Still, now and then, an elder will lean toward the fire and whisper, "When they ride together, the world keeps count." But if one ever rides alone again, then beware. The listeners fall quiet, hearing only the wind in the eaves, steady as breath, turning time like a wheel that never stops. The year 1618 arrives under a waning moon. Smoke curls from cottage chimneys into a sky the color of pewter, and Brittany exhales another long breath of cautious calm. The war between faith and fear has settled into routine. People no longer ask if the Ankou rides. They ask how far he's gone this season. Every cough, every flicker of candle flame is interpreted as mileage, but there's a restlessness in the air. The generation born after the plagues, children of order rather than chaos, begin to test boundaries. To them, the old courtesies feel constrictive. What harm could come, they wonder, from speaking lightly of the servant who has not been seen in years? They are about to find out. In the coastal village of Douarnenez, a young cooper named Tanguy Kerbrat hosts a midsummer feast. All flows, fiddles shriek, and laughter runs too long. As the moon climbs, someone jokes that the servant himself should be invited, for no feast would be complete without the most punctual guest. The crowd laughs. Tanguy, flushed and reckless, raises his mug and calls toward the dark fields. "Come drink with us, worker of bones." The laughter falters. The fiddler stops playing. A cold wind sweeps through the yard, snuffing out half the candles. The sound that follows is unmistakable. A single slow wheel rolling once around the house. Then silence. The revelers flee inside, whispering prayers. Tanguy alone stays outside, insisting it was wind. He sleeps near the fire, pretending indifference. In the morning, his hands are blackened as if by soot, though the hearth is cold. By nightfall, he falls ill with fever. Before dying 3 days later, he murmurs, "He drank from my cup." The villagers bury him with the mug in his hands. No one holds midsummer feasts in Douarnenez again. This story spreads faster than the plague ever did. By autumn, priests across Brittany use it as sermon. "Mock not the diligent, lest you join his labor." But in the deeper corners of the countryside, it reinforces something older. The understanding that the Ankou's courtesy cuts both ways. He can be gentle, but he demands respect. As one farmer puts it, he doesn't come for anger, he comes for rudeness. That autumn, a series of curious signs ripple through the parishes. Bells toll exactly one note too many. Oxen refuse to cross certain bridges. In the town of Hellgoat, a young girl reports seeing 2 carts parked side by side in the fog, one black, one gray. She hears whispering, "Count twice." The next morning, the chapel census shows 2 clerks dead in their sleep. Perhaps, the priest writes in his diary, they were both summoned for the same error. From these small events emerges a new logic. Death as bureaucracy, life as correspondence. The Ankou becomes a divine clerk, his cart the archive. The washer is the auditor, sealing each file in water. Between them, existence is administered with immaculate precision. This idea comforts people more than any sermon could. After decades of chaos, they prefer a cosmic office to divine mystery. The servant's fairness becomes the last working law. In 1620, magistrates begin citing him in rulings. A surviving record from Quimper reads, "If the law errs, the servant will balance the book." Even criminals start invoking him. A thief on the gallows mutters before dying, "Better judged by him than by men." Officials frown, but the clergy understand the wisdom. Fear that produces order is preferable to love that breeds excuses. Meanwhile, the ossuary of Saint-Agonec becomes a destination for pilgrims from as far as Normandy. They come to see the twin mural, black servant, pale washer, frozen in perpetual procession. Candles burn day and night beneath it, their smoke staining the ceiling in soft rings like halos. Merchants sell tiny clay wheels stamped with the mural's image. Scholars call it pagan endurance, but to the locals it's gratitude. In one account, a widow named Rosen brings her son's broken toy cart to the ossuary, sets it before the mural, and whispers, "Take him safely." That night, she dreams of her boy riding behind the servant, smiling, whole again. When she wakes, the toy cart's wheel has repaired itself. The line between miracle and maintenance has disappeared. Still, not everyone accepts the balance quietly. A Jesuit visiting from Paris, Father Ambroise Belay, preaches one Sunday against death's servants and their false peace. He declares the Ankou an invention of despair, a way for peasants to hide from judgment. Death does not serve man, he thunders. Man serves God alone. He dies within the week, struck by lightning while crossing a meadow under a clear sky. The parish registers it as acte de Dieu. Villagers murmur, "Even the heavens corrected him." By now, the Ankou's justice has become proverb. He never loses count. He rides slow but stops for none. His wheel marks no tracks until your name is called. Children learn these sayings before they learn prayers. The old remind them gently, it's not fear that keeps us honest. It's company, for the Ankou is company, the invisible co-worker who never misses a shift. His legend outlasts the generation that created it. As Brittany enters the reign of Louis XIV, the rest of France begins its march towards centralization and science. But in the West, on those narrow, rain-slick roads, time moves differently. Scholars come and go. They write dissertations in Paris calling the legend a symptom of isolation. Yet when those same scholars fall ill, they send letters requesting burial in Breton soil. Better to rest where death keeps schedule, one writes. Even medicine borrows his image. In 1622, a physician named René Leroux publishes a treatise titled De Servitore Mortis, on the servant of death, proposing that the Ankou symbolizes nature's balance, disease correcting excess, decay preserving renewal. He includes a woodcut of the familiar cart, labeled Natera Ordinance. The church condemns the book. Physicians quietly quote it. Everywhere the servant's shadow falls neatly between reason and reverence, and still, his courtesy holds. When famine hits the inland parishes that year, people leave loaves on fence posts, whispering, "For him first, for us next." The bread dries untouched, but the villages survive the winter unscathed. Coincidence? Perhaps. Yet one magistrate writes in his report, "Bread given to death feeds the living with calm." By 1623, a strange calm indeed blankets the province. No great miracles, no new plagues, no wars. The people till their fields, oil their wheels, tend their graves, and listen, always listen. One foggy night, a sailor walking home from the coast hears two wheels ahead of him, one steady, one faint. He quickens his pace, but the sound stays just out of sight. When it stops, he feels a hand brush his shoulder, light, cool, polite. He turns, sees nothing. In the morning, he finds the road marked by two perfect circles pressed into the mud. His neighbors tell him to be proud. He let you walk beside him. The story spreads. Walking beside the servant becomes a metaphor for good conscience. Keep your cart straight, elders say. He walks beside those who steer well. What began as a horror has become a doctrine of composure. By the end of that decade, Brittany's churches ring less often for warning and more for thanks. The Ankou, the washer, and their rhythm of wheel and drip have folded into life so completely that even silence feels sacred, and somewhere beyond the villages, in the damp heather and the narrow paths that edge the sea, a wheel turns quietly, steady, unhurried, faithful, as if the earth itself were keeping minutes for eternity. The year 1624 dawns in mist and birdsong, but the calm feels brittle, as though one wrong word could shatter it. The Ankou has become so thoroughly woven into daily life that few remember when fear came first. The servant is now habit, shorthand for fate, shorthand for diligence. He rides, people say, meaning simply that life proceeds as it must, yet even habits can fray. The young, raised in prosperity, begin to test the superstition that kept their parents orderly. They call it the old wheel, a quaint relic of darker times. In Quimper, a group of apprentices mock the tradition of leaving bread by the gate. They bake a loaf in the shape of a cartwheel, hang it from a tavern sign, and boast that they have fed death enough. That night, the sign falls, crushing one of them. The survivors flee, swearing never to laugh at midnight again. But the damage is done. Rumor spreads that irreverence summons precision. Priests use the incident to revive reverence. Do your work as the servant does his, they preach, for mockery dulls the soul. The saying takes hold. It becomes part of every trade. Weavers tie the final thread with a knot called the servant's loop. Carpenters finish a plank by tracing a small invisible circle before sealing it. Each act is both superstition and craftsmanship. That same year, a curious report emerges from the coast near Crozon. Fishermen, rowing home under fog, see a light moving just above the waves. Not a lantern, but something like a spinning disc turning slowly. They hear faint creaks, like timbers rubbing together. When they reach shore, one man finds his hands dusted with salt and soot. He tells his wife, "He rowed across the water." The phrase sticks. Sailors begin calling storms the servants' crossings. A week later, another crew finds a wheel-shaped pattern of dead fish circling a buoy. The local priest blesses the water, muttering, "He tallies even the sea." The legend continues to migrate, slipping between elements, first land, then water, then, by rumor, air. When comets appear in 1625, glowing with double tails, people describe them as wheels of fire rolling through the heavens. Scholars in Paris debate celestial mechanics. Breton villagers nod knowingly. He's keeping time above as he does below. In the parish of Plabennec, a widow named Hélène Moreau keeps meticulous diaries, rare for a peasant woman of her era. One entry that year reads, "The bell rang once at dawn without cause. The fog rolled backward. I smelled iron and time. Someone unseen placed a hand upon my shoulder. I am not afraid. If it was the servant, he merely checked the door." Her notebooks survive into the modern age, studied as early examples of what anthropologists call ritual coexistence, the practice of welcoming what one cannot resist. But if reverence keeps balance, curiosity begins to tip it again. A new generation of thinkers, influenced by Jesuit science, arrives from the cities. They bring clocks, sextants, and skepticism. One, a scholar named Michel Laurin, announces publicly in Rennes that the Ankou is the shadow of ignorance. His words travel faster than his reasoning. Within weeks, they reach the countryside, condensed to, "A man in Rennes says death is gone. The reaction is swift." Bells toll in protest. Priests remind their flocks that arrogance is an invitation. A letter preserved from that spring reads simply, "The servant dislikes contradiction," and then comes the incident of the empty procession. It occurs in late April 1626. The people of Plabennec awake to the sound of their church bell ringing steadily. Assuming a funeral, they gather outside the gate, only to find the road empty. No cart, no oxen, no mourners. Yet the bell keeps tolling. For an hour, it rings by itself. When it stops, fog closes in so thick that no one can see the steeple from the square. When the fog clears, they discover tracks. 2 sets of wheel ruts running side by side through the churchyard, leading nowhere. That week, no one dies. The priest, pale and trembling, declares it a rehearsal. His words echo for generations. The empty procession becomes one of the most retold events in Breton memory. Proof that the servant can appear not to take, but to remind. People interpret it as grace, a warning given before balance tilts too far. For months afterward, life grows quieter. Tavern doors close early, gossip softens, debts are settled promptly. He rehearsed, they say, and so we have been spared the performance. The effect reaches even the court in Paris. A report from the governor of Brittany to the crown remarks, half amused, half respectful, no province keeps such punctual peace as those who believe death keeps their calendar. He attributes their order to superstition, but secretly marvels at its efficiency, yet the calm conceals unease. Some fear the servant grows lonely. The old tales said he rode only when needed. Now his rehearsals suggest boredom. Priests counter that he simply maintains the path. Either way, villagers begin leaving small offerings again, candles, coins, even wheels carved from bread. One fisherman carves a wheel from driftwood and sets it afloat. Weeks later, it washes ashore in another parish, blackened by salt, perfectly intact. It's placed in the chapel as relic, renamed the Sea Wheel of Planéor. By 1628, that relic has its own festival. Pilgrims walk barefoot along the coast, dragging small carts behind them in symbolic imitation. Each creak is accompanied by prayer. Let the servant remember our road kindly. Children are told to stay silent during the procession. Adults speak only to murmur "Muras," thank you. Every gesture, the walking, the silence, the repetition, reinforces the core belief that order protects, that attention itself is devotion. Yet amid reverence, shadows stir again. In the hill village of Plougonven, farmers begin finding marks carved into trees, circles overlapping like twin wheels. At first, they assume vandals. Then they realize the marks appear only on yew and elm, the trees traditionally used for coffins. A magistrate orders an inquiry. The carver is never found. The cuts continue to appear. By autumn, locals treat them as blessings. He marks his wood in advance, they say. We need only shape it when called. To outsiders, it's fatalism. To the Bretons, it's efficiency. The Jesuit scholar Lorraine, who mocked the servant 3 years earlier, returns to the region in 1629 to write a book disproving the superstition. During his stay, he lodges in a rectory overlooking the moor. His journal ends abruptly with a final line. He does not require belief to exist. His body is found seated at his desk, candle still burning. The ink on his quill hasn't dried. Even skeptics learn to write respectfully. By 1630, the servant's legend stands at its second summit. No longer a ghost story, not yet folklore past. It is civic memory, a rule of conduct, a philosophy disguised as fear. Children sing rhymes to his rhythm. Old men carve wheels into walking sticks. To lean on the road, they call it. And in the evenings, when the sky bruises purple and fog unrolls across the fields like parchment, villagers still pause mid-step to listen. If they hear the faint creak of a wheel, they nod politely. Good night, worker. If they hear nothing, they whisper, he rests. Let's not wake him. Either way, the silence that follows is orderly. The kind of quiet that could only belong to a land that has made peace with death's own servant. By 1631, Brittany's fog seems permanent. The coastline dissolves each dawn and returns at dusk, like the breathing of a tired god. People have long stopped fearing the gray. The servant walks when it's thick, they say, so the living may not blush to see him. In the endless moisture, wood creaks, wheels sing, and death feels as ordinary as dew. But the 17th century is changing elsewhere. France hums with talk of progress, telescopes, bloodletting, anatomy, reason. Word of such things filters west through merchants, slow as tide. To the Bretons, it sounds like arrogance dressed as novelty. They speak of conquering death, says an old priest in Locronan, as if conquest were not his department. Still, the new language of science begins to shape even superstition. The Ankou is no longer only a presence. He is discussed like a natural force, predictable, measurable, perhaps even kind. Physicians borrow his metaphor, describing fever as the cart within the blood. Mariners say the compass rose is the servant's wheel of wind. The myth has entered their grammar. Then comes the harvest of 1632, when the grain turns black with rot. The disease, later known as ergot, poisons entire villages. Those who eat the tainted bread see visions, dancing lights, serpents in smoke, faces that melt like wax. Many die raving. Outsiders call it witchcraft. The Bretons know better. They call it the servant's feast. They believe he has allowed the living a taste of his world, not punishment, but lesson. He let us see his table, they say, and we are not built for that diet. Afterward, they burn the blackened grain ceremonially, chanting, "Clean the road." A friar records the event without irony. They burned their food and lived. Those who clung to reason died doubting. Perhaps obedience saved them. Such obedience becomes civic instinct. When famine follows, they ration without complaint. When plague threatens again from inland, they isolate willingly. One governor marvels that no army could enforce such discipline. The people need no orders. The servant has trained them to act as one body. Yet amid order, subtle fear returns, not of death, but of losing death's attention. The younger generation, educated by Jesuits, begins to ask dangerous questions. If the servant keeps books, might he be fallible? If fallible, might names be erased? Some even experiment with charms meant not to honor but to confuse him. Mirrored wheels, crossed circles, songs sung backward. In the village of Pludiri, a young musician plays such a song at a wedding, a reel whose rhythm reverses mid-dance. At the final note, the groom collapses. Witnesses claim they heard a wheel spinning backward outside. The priest calls it coincidence. The people call it bookkeeping. He corrected the error, they say. The musician leaves the province and never plays again. After that, mirrors vanish from Breton homes. He might check his reflection and lose count, elders warn. Children are taught to cover water basins at night, lest the servant see his face and mistake it for another's. These precautions deepen into custom. Never let a mirror face a bed becomes proverb. Never leave a bowl uncovered. Centuries later, these habits persist, their origin forgotten, their rhythm intact. Meanwhile, the church learns diplomacy. Bishops rebrand the Ankou as St. Andrew's helper, folding him into the calendar. November masses now end with a curious prayer. For those who tally what we cannot, grant rest and accuracy. The Vatican never approves it officially, but priests keep saying it. The 17th century marches on. Elsewhere, Descartes writes of reason. In Brittany, villagers still oil cartwheels on new moons. reason and ritual coexist without quarrel. The servant remains punctual. Then, in 1635, an unusual phenomenon occurs. The 7 silent days. Across several parishes, no bell tolls for a week. No one dies. Not a single name enters the registers. Midwives deliver healthy infants. Old men linger miraculously. Accidents spare their victims. At first, people rejoice. "The cart has stopped," they whisper. "He rests, so we may rest." But as the week continues, unease grows. Crops wilt despite rain. Bread sours overnight. Milk curdles. On the 6th day, fishermen return empty-handed. "He must ride," they mutter. The world jams without his motion. At dawn on the 8th day, the bells begin again. 6 deaths in a single hour. Quiet, peaceful, ordinary. The wheel turned, they sigh. Balance restored. A Jesuit chronicler in Quimper writes, "I cannot decide whether they are blessed or bound, for their harmony depends upon death's diligence." Bound, perhaps, but willingly. From that point onward, the servant becomes less omen than infrastructure. Parish roads are repaired annually to ease his travel. Gravestones align precisely east-west to match his route. When a bridge collapses near Landerneau, engineers rebuild it with 12 planks, one for each month of mortal duty. The plaque reads, "For him who crosses all waters." The myth has entered civic engineering, and yet a few dissent quietly. Scholars in Rennes write essays arguing that the Ankou is not a supernatural figure at all, but a collective metaphor for entropy, the mechanical balance of decay and renewal. Their treatises circulate briefly before vanishing, sometimes literally. One printer reports that every sheet containing the word Ankou rotted overnight in damp storage, though others remained untouched. Superstition, it seems, edits its own critics. By 1637, a traveling chronicler named Gwenaël Legal undertakes to document every tale still told of the servant. He spends 10 years wandering from parish to parish, collecting songs, inscriptions, and gestures. His manuscript, Le Livre du Roux, the Book of the Wheel, survives in fragments. One passage stands out. They no longer see him, yet his schedule shapes theirs. He is the tick in their breath, the hinge in their habits. Even their kindness is counted. Perhaps he rides inside their bones. Legal dies in 1647, found seated beside a broken cart on the road between Quimper and Brest. His journal ends mid-sentence. The wheel turns. Nothing more. After his death, villagers begin leaving small pieces of parchment with prayers folded into circles. So he may finish his reading, they explain. The habit endures into the modern age, a ritual mistaken by outsiders for mere art. By mid-century, the Ankou's story has expanded beyond Brittany. Sailors bring it to Ireland, Cornwall, Galicia. There he becomes Ankou, Anka, El Carretero. The details shift, but the principle remains: death as servant, precise and uncorrupted. Each culture claims him as their own accountant of endings, and through all these retellings, Brittany keeps its quiet pride. He was ours first, they say. The rest borrow his discipline. The legend's endurance astonishes scholars later, but its logic is simple. For a land beaten by sea and famine, justice mattered more than comfort. And who better to trust with justice than death, who cannot be bribed? The peasants understood what philosophers never could, that fear, once tamed by ritual, becomes governance. So when the fog settles again across Finistère in the winter of 1639, no one curses it. They listen. Somewhere beyond the hedgerows, faint but steady, comes the slow creak of a cart traveling the same route it has followed for centuries, and in cottages lit by single candles, the people whisper as one, "Good work, servant." The books are balanced again. By 1640, the servant's legend has grown so integral to Breton life that even silence carries his name. The pause before a sentence, the break in a song, the stillness between tides, all are called Ankou's breath. Mothers hush their children with it. "Listen, he's catching his breath," they whisper. And every noise softens as if the air itself bends to etiquette. The old priests die one by one, leaving behind generations who no longer question how myth became law. The church, exhausted by reform, quietly accepts that it governs a land ruled not by fear of sin, but by respect for procedure. Parish decrees begin with phrases like, "for order's sake and in accordance with the servant's way." The Vatican may win theology elsewhere, but Brittany's liturgy belongs to its clerk of mortality. The 17th century marches toward absolutism, but the Moors of Finisterre remain their own small republic, governed by rhythm, not decree. In 1641, a Jesuit chronicler traveling through the region notes with wonder that the Bretons bury their dead faster and cleaner than any Christians in Christendom. Indeed, funerals here are models of precision, coffins built to measure, candles spaced evenly, processions timed to reach the church door as the bell completes its 12th toll. "He dislikes waiting," the sextons explain. "We do not make him knock twice." Even death itself has become choreography, but order rarely survives curiosity. That same year, a new phenomenon spreads through the inland parishes, the echoing wheels. Travelers walking at night claim to hear not one cart, but two, separated by a heartbeat. When they turn, they see only their own footprints. Some say the servant now walks with a twin. Others say each listener hears his own future trailing behind him. A priest records in his diary, "The wheels no longer mark roads, but hearts." In nearby Morlex, merchants begin carving twin wheels onto their shop signs, one bright, one shaded, as charms for fortune and caution. When trade prospers, they polish both. When it falters, they dust the dark one only. Economics becomes superstition with an abacus made of myth. Amid these curiosities, one account rises above rumor. The Inquiry of Saint-Cadeau. It begins in the autumn of 1643, when a young nobleman named Yves de Rohan arrives to inspect his newly inherited lands. Educated in Paris, he considers Breton legends useful for peasants, dangerous for reason. Hearing that his tenants refuse to plow a certain field said to be the servants' resting road, he orders them to work it immediately. They plead. He laughs. "If death pays rent, I'll collect it," he says. The next morning, the field is plowed flat. At sunset, the oxen refuse food. By midnight, thunder rolls in though the sky remains clear. Servants wake to the sound of a single wheel creaking across the courtyard stones. When dawn comes, Yves is found seated in his chair, eyes open, untouched, except that his boots are filled with soil. The priest buries him with full honors. The field lies fallow to this day. Official reports omit the details, recording only sudden death, cause unknown. Yet every farmer in Brittany knows the moral. The servant may tolerate belief, but not bureaucracy. That same year, a poet in Quimper writes a ballad called "The Clerk Who Came Twice." It tells of a man who bargains with the Ankou for more time, promising to keep better records of his sins. The servant grants him a year. When he returns, the man shows a perfect ledger. But one page is blank. I saved it for tomorrow, he says. The Ankou smiles, closes the book and whispers, "Then we are even." The song spreads through taverns and churches alike, its refrain soon proverb, "Leave no page blank." By 1645, the legend begins to harden into metaphor. Painters depict the servant less as man than as mechanism, a wheel of bones, a clock without face, a scythe-turned pendulum. Scholars call it the mechanical turn, an era when theology and early science share one metaphor: movement. To explain the cosmos, Descartes speaks of divine machinery. To explain death, the Bretons point to the same wheel. He keeps the gears turning, they say. If he stops, even God must wind the world again. The metaphysics of mortality has found its engineer, yet beneath reverence, skepticism stirs. Some whisper that the servant has become too efficient, that he takes those whose names are not yet written. A string of sudden deaths in Plaben feeds the rumor. One widow, frantic with grief, digs up her husband's coffin to demand explanation. She finds the wood unmarked by decay and the body clean as wax, but the coffin nails have rusted into perfect circles. "He sealed him twice," she murmurs. The phrase becomes idiom for bureaucratic overkill. The parish priest, uneasy, orders the coffin resealed with holy oil. The next morning, all the cemetery gates stand open, just ajar, not broken. The people take it as correction. "He likes doors open," they say. Fear turns to etiquette once more. Meanwhile, a quiet revolution unfolds among the literate. Breton scribes begin marking their manuscripts with a small circle in the corner of each final page. They call it the servant's mark, signifying that the work is complete, no lines owed. Printers in Nantes adopt the habit. Even royal clerks in Rennes imitate it. Centuries later, this practice will evolve into the printer's colophon, the small emblem denoting an edition's closure. The servant's wheel becomes literature's punctuation, but the most remarkable account of this decade comes from the physician René Leroux, the same man who once wrote De Servitore Mortis. In his old age, he travels again through the western parishes, observing that people now live longer and die quieter. He concludes that belief itself has altered physiology. His final notes read, "The pulse of the Breton is steadier than that of any man I have studied. Their heart beats like a wheel on level ground. Perhaps order itself extends life. He dies soon after, found at his desk, head resting on his notes. On the page beneath him, a faint ring of water stains forms two perfect circles, as though a cup had been placed there, or a wheel had rested briefly before rolling on." By mid-century, the church absorbs the myth entirely. The Ankou is renamed Custos Ultimus, the final keeper. Statues of angels of death bear small wheels at their feet. Gravestone inscriptions shorten to a single word: Servi, servant. From afar, Brittany appears utterly serene, but serenity, like fog, hides depth. Beneath the rituals, a question stirs. If the servant keeps perfect count, what happens to those who fall outside record? The missing sailors, the lost infants, the unbaptized. Does the wheel still turn for them, or do they drift beside it forever? One night in 1649, a widow near Douarnenez claims to see a second cart again, smaller, slower, piled high with broken wheels. She says it turned toward the sea and vanished. The next morning, fishermen find dozens of oarlocks washed ashore, shaped like tiny circles. The priest refuses to preach that Sunday. The people decide what it means for themselves. He mends what's lost, they say. Even mistakes deserve closure, and so the myth evolves again, less fearful, more tender. Death, once reaper, then clerk, now becomes craftsman, a patient restorer of what's missing. What would you have done, living in a land where even loss felt accounted for? Would you rebel against such fairness, or rest within it? By century's end, travelers describe Brittany as a nation of polite fatalists, where no one shouts, no one rushes, and even tragedy observes proper hours. They die well, one English sailor writes. Too well, perhaps, as if they've practiced. Practice indeed. For each creak of the wheel, each toll of the bell, each ripple of fog is rehearsal for an ending already perfected. And somewhere beyond the moors, unseen but unmistakable, a cart continues its circuit, slow, merciful, exact, ensuring that even the silence remains symmetrical. By 1650, the servant's legend is so interwoven with daily life that even scholars can no longer separate folklore from fact. The Ankou has moved from story into infrastructure, a moral geometry laid over everything. Roads align with churchyards, bells match tides, and people breathe in tempo with the unseen wheel that has become their metronome of existence. For generations born into this order, fear has become etiquette. They know exactly how to live and precisely how to die. What unnerves them now is not death, but the possibility of misfiling, of leaving the world untidily, and so begins what later historians will call the Great Cataloguing. Between 1651 and 1654, parish clerks across Brittany expand their death registers into full ledgers of living souls. They list not only names and baptisms, but occupations, habits, ailments, debts, even temperaments. To assist the servant, they explain, in the margins appear symbols, a small wheel beside names of the elderly, a half wheel beside children. Each year, these wheels are recopied forward, erasing the departed and adding the newly born. To outsiders, it is paperwork. To the Bretons, it is liturgy. A visitor from Rouen writes, they count the living as though death required census. I asked why, and the priest said, so he doesn't visit twice. The ledgers become sacred objects. Priests keep them under lock and key, and before opening them they whisper, for accuracy. Whenever a page tears, it must be burned whole. The ash, mixed with candle soot, is stored in urns labeled roux brûlée, the burned wheel. This obsession with precision changes everything. Carpentry gains new proportions, song new tempo, even meals new grace. Every loaf is sliced evenly. Every toast concludes with, to his balance. Household's time births to the tolling of bells, so that the Ankou's schedule won't be disrupted. One could almost call it paradise, if paradise were punctual. Yet paradise breeds fatigue. By 1655, murmurs spread through the towns that the servants' records are too perfect. The sick linger on. The crops neither fail nor flourish. He's miscounted, people say. He's lost interest. Some priests whisper that his discipline has become mercy, that the cart rolls slower because the world itself is tired. Then comes the summer of still bells. For 3 months, not one death is recorded in the western parishes. No funerals, no processions, no tolls. At first, celebration. The servant rests again. Then anxiety. What if he never rides? The living begin to feel unanchored. Crops sprout unevenly. Weather defies prediction. Even laughter feels wrong. He must move, they say, or we drift. In desperation, the elders of Saint-Égonec organize a ritual unlike any before. They call it the invitation. At dusk, villagers gather along the old ossuary road, each carrying a lantern shaped like a wheel. 4 spokes for the seasons, 12 for the months. They line the path with candles and bread, singing softly, "Turn the wheel, good worker, lest time forget its round. We are ready for your passing. Leave no name unfound." The air stills. Then, just before midnight, a sound rises. Faint, metallic, deliberate. One wheel creaking in response. Bells begin tolling across the valley, not from hands, but from air itself. A wind follows, cool and salt-scented, blowing all the lantern flames sideways without extinguishing them. When morning comes, the first funeral in 3 months is held. An old woman, peaceful in her sleep. The villagers sigh with relief, as if death were harvest restored. The priest writes, "Balance regained, gratitude eternal." After that, the invitation becomes annual ritual. Its meaning is paradoxical. A festival of death meant to keep life in rhythm. Outsiders call it macabre. The Bretons call it maintenance, and yet not all invitations receive polite answers. In 1656, a blight wipes out nearly every crop from Morlaix to Brest. Famine looms. The priests lead processions, begging for mercy. But the people's tone has changed, no longer begging God, but petitioning the servant himself. "Ride light," they chant, "and spare the hungry." The famine eases abruptly the next year. When food returns, villagers find strange wheel-shaped patches in their fields, rings where crops grow taller, greener. They leave them untouched, calling them his footprints. Modern botanists will later attribute them to soil fungi, but the pattern endures as sacred geometry. By now, the Ankou's image has traveled beyond murals and ledgers into sculpture. Masons carve wheels above door frames and hearths. Fishermen decorate prows with twin circles crossed by nails. Even gravestones bear moving parts, small stone wheels that spin when wind blows, to show he rides. One of these survives in the churchyard of La Martyre, the Wheel of Grace. When it turns, the villagers say the servant has paused to bless them. In 1658, after a great storm, the wheel spins continuously for 3 days. "He's clearing the backlog," they whisper. "We must help him." They dig graves preemptively, line them with salt and thyme, and wait. Only a handful of deaths follow, all peaceful, all old. The people count that restraint as proof of favor, but whispers rise again. "What if we've become his clerks?" asks a blacksmith one night. "We tally, we measure, we file. Do we still live?" His wife hushes him. "Clerks live by the wages they're given," she says. "And he pays in order. It is true. Order feeds them." Crime vanishes. Markets stabilize. Families work without quarrel. A chronicler in 1659 writes, half in awe, half in dread, "Brittany prospers not by miracle, but by symmetry." They have turned dread into discipline. Even time obeys their superstition. That same winter, a Jesuit astronomer visiting from Paris records an eclipse visible only along the Breton coast. As the sky darkens, villagers light candles in perfect circles along the shore, transforming the night into a halo of fire visible from miles out at sea. Ships passing through report seeing a single great wheel upon the earth, mirroring the darkened sun above. The event becomes legend, the night of the twin wheels. For 1 hour, heaven and earth align perfectly, shadow matching light. When the eclipse passes, rain begins, ending the long drought. Priests proclaim it divine harmony. The people know better. He adjusted the balance, they say. Afterward, All of Brittany seems hushed, reverent. Even the crows grow silent at dusk, as if taking cues from the myth they no longer doubt. What began as fear of the reaper has evolved into partnership with precision, a cosmic bureaucracy whose civility shields its people from despair. And still, from time to time, someone claims to hear the real cart rolling across the moors late at night, slow and certain, the way an old craftsman inspects his tools. No one runs anymore. They simply step aside, bow their heads, and whisper, "Safe travels, worker. The road is clear." Because here, in this land of fog and habit, death no longer steals. He audits, gently, faithfully, forever. By 1660, Brittany feels less like a province and more like a rhythm set to earth, an entire people living within a measured pulse. The wheel turns, and they turn with it. Fog rolls from the Atlantic like the breath of something alive, brushing the yews and granite crosses until all color flattens to pewter. The rest of France is entering its Gilded Age. Paris shines, the crown centralizes, and mathematicians chase the secrets of the cosmos with telescopes and ink. But here, in the western fringe, the Bretons already believe they've solved it. The world is a ledger, life is a column of entries, and the servant keeps it balanced. They do not fear the unknown. They fear clerical error. In a letter dated 1661, a magistrate from Rennes remarks, half jesting, if the devil himself came to Finistère, they would ask him to sign the parish book. Indeed, the Livre des âmes, the books of souls, have grown so meticulous that even absent sailors are given temporary entries, marked with a small wheel drawn in gray ink. He'll find them easier that way, say the priests. In some villages, infants are not named until a single bell rings at dawn, the servant's permission to record another life. This administration of the invisible astonishes travelers. One Spanish monk writes, "Their fear is an art form. They polish death until it gleams like brass." He isn't wrong. By 1663, a new guild emerges, Les Rouliers, the wheelwrights of the dead. They maintain the ossuaries and carve the small wooden wheels placed atop graves. Each wheel is marked with 8 spokes, the ancient Druidic number for renewal, merging pre-Christian memory with Christian order. These craftspeople are respected more than merchants, their wages blessed en masse. When one dies, the community buries him with his finest wheel, saying, "He rides with the master now." Meanwhile, the church, sensing opportunity, begins to market the myth. Pilgrimages to Saint-Thégonnec swell into thousands. Vendors sell trinkets, miniature scythes, brass wheels, little scrolls labeled Billet du Servant, the servant's notes. Each scroll bears a blessing. Balance within, balance without. Travelers carry them home as protection against sudden death. The crown taxes the pilgrimage, and local priests justify it. Even the servant deserves his tithe. For a few years, peace holds, not the uneasy hush of the past, but an industrious calm. Fields prosper, trade grows, families multiply. Order, it seems, feeds abundance, until one spring morning in 1665, when the wheel stops turning again. No fog, no bells, no deaths for 40 days. The priests at first rejoice. "A miracle," they cry. But after the second week, bread spoils before it cools. Milk turns to chalk. Birds circle endlessly, never landing. It is as if the rhythm has gone out of the world. The people whisper, "He's paused the clock." Desperate for restoration, a council of parishes gathers at the ossuary of Saint-Thégonnec. They decide to replicate the invitation, the ritual that once summoned balance. But this time, they add something new. Instead of lanterns, they build a massive wooden wheel 12 feet high, painted black and gold. They drag it to the hill above the ossuary and, on the new moon, set it spinning. Its creak echoes for miles. The crowd chants softly, not in Latin but Breton. Ankou, our worker, turn the air again, roll the fog, weigh our breath, count us kindly. When the wind picks up, the great wheel spins faster and faster until one of the ropes snaps. The wheel tips, crashes down the slope, and bursts into flame. Panic ripples through the crowd. The priest, trying to calm them, declares he has accepted the offering. That night, rain falls for the first time in weeks. By morning, a funeral bell rings from the next parish. Relief spreads like sunlight, but something changes after that. The peasants begin whispering that they saw him, a shadow in the firelight, tall and narrow, standing beside the burning wheel. He did not carry a scythe this time, they say, but a staff tipped with a small ring of light. He has updated his tools. One old man jokes nervously. From then on, artists depict the servant differently, not as bone-thin or cloaked, but as a figure half man, half shadow, guiding a wheel that glows faintly at its rim. The image will survive into modern Breton folk art, sometimes misread as haloed saint, sometimes as spectral engineer. And in the years that follow, the myth quietly evolves again. The Ankou becomes less the taker of lives and more their supervisor. He does not reap, say the priests. He ensures harvest. When storms wreck the coast, survivors claim he balanced the count. When plague misses a parish, the people murmur, he postponed the entries. The cart no longer symbolizes doom, it represents administration. By 1668, a physician named Charles Dupont uses the legend to advance a daring theory, that natural death is merely the servant's signature of completion. His book, La Balance du Monde, compares cellular decay to tiny wheels within blood. Though mocked in Paris, the metaphor spreads long before biology can confirm it. Science, it seems, has inherited the myth's vocabulary, but folklore never relinquishes its poetry. That winter, a fisherman claims he saw a line of lights moving along the cliff at Roscoff, not torches, but glowing circles rolling side by side toward the sea. He swears they made no sound. He's checking the tide, people say. Every current has its book. Later, the story mutates again. Some say the servant's wheel turned upward that night, rolling into the sky to tally stars. Astronomers laugh. Bretons nod. He must keep heaven's account too, they answer, and go back to work. By 1670, death itself has become an employer everyone respects. When a man dies honestly, they say, he was promoted. When he dies suddenly, he skipped the line. And when someone wicked lives too long, the servant misfiled him. The afterlife is bureaucracy perfected, inefficiency, a sin. In this era of absolute monarchy, such quiet fatalism is the people's rebellion. The king may rule their taxes, but only the servant rules their schedule. And every dusk, when fog spills over the fields like ink, farmers still pause, touch the handles of their plows, and whisper, "Good night, worker." The phrase travels with them to the grave, carved on stone in a language so old that even when Breton fades, its meaning remains clear. One traveler in 1671 records a final note in his diary. They have domesticated death, and in doing so, perhaps they have domesticated God himself. That night, he hears a single wheel turning outside his inn. Slow, deliberate, patient as eternity. A sound that neither frightens nor consoles, only confirms that the ledger remains open, and the servant still rides. By 1672, the servant's myth has reached its quiet zenith. What began as whispered dread now governs both the living and the dead. To live in Brittany is to exist within a careful calendar of rituals where everything, from planting to mourning, circles back to the wheel. Even the children play games around it. In village squares, they roll hoops of willow and chant, "Turn, turn, turn," till the servant nods. When a hoop wobbles and falls, they laugh and say, "He's taken that one for polishing." No one finds this macabre. To them, it's manners. Every household keeps a livre du passage, a personal ledger where names of family members, guests, even animals are written, each followed by the date they arrived and the date they departed. Sometimes those two dates stand only hours apart. A hen eaten, a neighbor visited, a newborn stillborn. The pages fill endlessly. At the bottom of each page, someone draws a little wheel. A traveling English merchant notes in his journal, "Here, time is circular. They do not mourn as we do. Each death is merely the turning of another spoke." It's true. Their grief has structure. They cry only at the right hour, the right distance from the bell tower, never sooner. The servant has standardized sorrow, but now a subtle shift begins. A question too small to speak aloud, yet large enough to ripple through the moors. If every motion and moment are tallied, who audits the auditor? The first man to voice it is a monk named Brother Corentin, librarian of the abbey at Le Fau. In 1673, he writes an essay, De Labor Mortis, on the labor of death. His argument is simple. If the servant works endlessly, he must one day require rest. "Even the Lord rested on the seventh day," he writes. Does death not deserve the same Sabbath? At first, the abbey ignores him. Then villagers begin leaving bread not for themselves, but for his rest. The bishop intervenes, forbidding the practice, but it's too late. The idea has taken root. The servant needs mercy too. Suddenly, compassion becomes part of worship. During funerals, people whisper, "Ride gently, worker." At dawn, they light candles, not only for the dead, but for the one who carried them. And when thunder rolls across the sky, they no longer tremble. It's merely him stretching his weary arms. Yet mercy breeds familiarity, and familiarity breeds unease. The myth that once disciplined the living now risks humanizing its God. Some worry the servant, tired of perfection, might start making errors. Then comes the ledger of the missing names. In 1675, the parish of Plouaderne suffers a mysterious fire that consumes its rectory and all the books inside. Births, deaths, marriages, erased. The priest, devastated, rebuilds the ledger from memory. Weeks later, a villager notices something strange. 5 names missing, all of people still alive. "You forgot them," she says. The priest shakes his head. "I swear they weren't there." Within a month, each of the 5 dies. 1 drowned, 1 crushed by a cart, 1 fever, 2 vanished at sea. The townsfolk say quietly, "He rebalanced the book." Fear returns, not of death, but of deletion. A new superstition forms. Whenever a ledger burns, it must be rewritten with 2 blank pages at the end. Room, they say, for corrections. Priests call it nonsense. Even they obey. Soon, whispers spread that missing names are not errors but requests. "He asks us to write them," says an old widow. "When we forget, he remembers." And so every household begins adding stray names to the margins. Lost sailors, nameless infants, beggars without graves. For his peace, they say. So he won't have to come looking. A Jesuit visitor records the practice with fascination. They pray not only for souls, but for efficiency. Meanwhile, The legend itself expands beyond the countryside. Breton sailors bring it to distant ports, Galway, Cadiz, Quebec, each adapting it. In some ports, the Ankou's cart becomes a ship with lanterns swinging like pendulums. In others, a train of mules crossing mountains. The essence remains, the diligent worker of endings, courteous and thorough. But back home the myth grows darker again. In 1677, the wheel at Saint-Égonec, the great stone emblem that had turned for a century, suddenly cracks down its center. The sound is said to have echoed across the valley like thunder. For days afterward, the air smells of wet iron. Farmers find their tools rusting overnight. "He split his cart," they whisper. Scholars rush to interpret it. Some say it's a sign that the servant has finished his task. Others claim he's changing vehicles, moving to a different world. A few radicals even argue the crack means liberation. The clerk has broken his pen. Whatever the meaning, the people grow uneasy. Bells ring without funerals. Fog comes without rain. Dogs bark at empty crossroads. "He's counting in silence now," they say. And that is worse. Then, in 1678, a fisherman named Alain Kerlan claims to have met the servant himself. Lost in fog near Douarnenez, he hears wheels on gravel and steps aside. A voice behind him says, "No need, I'm walking." Alain turns and sees a tall figure in dark robes carrying no cart, only a staff topped with a spinning ring of light. "Where is your burden?" he asks. The figure replies, "The world carries itself now," and vanishes. Alain returns trembling, repeating the words until his death years later. His story spreads across Brittany like a new gospel. The servant has gone modern. He no longer pushes the wheel. He lets it roll. To some, this means emancipation. To others, apocalypse. Priests preach calm. If the world carries itself, we are blessed with order eternal. But skeptics whisper, if the wheel turns on its own, who guides it? That question becomes the quiet dread of a new age. In the decades that follow, clocks replace candles, ledgers give way to calendars, and superstition hides behind arithmetic. But the old people still say, when thunder rolls over the sea or wind hums through the eaves, he's checking the bearings, because though the servant may no longer be seen, the sound remains. The creak of the eternal wheel somewhere just beyond the fields, neither threatening nor kind, merely precise. And every Breton, from monk to child, knows to pause, bow their head, and whisper the same thing their ancestors have murmured for centuries. Merci, travailleur. Thank you, worker. The turn of 1680 brings a different kind of silence. Brittany's fog still drifts across the moors. The bells still toll in tempo. Yet something unspoken hangs over the land. A faint sense that the rhythm has shifted. The people no longer listen for the servant. They listen through him, as though his work now hums inside the machinery of the world itself. The old priests say he's retired into wind. The young ones say he's everywhere now, invisible as arithmetic. And for the first time in a century, children grow up knowing the name Ankou, but not the fear. Death has been civilized too well. In Quimper, an aging magistrate named Etienne de Langouet writes to his brother in Paris, "We no longer tremble at funerals. Our hearts have turned to ledgers. We have gained calm but lost urgency." His words prove prophetic. That spring, an epidemic of apathy sweeps through the province. Not illness, but weariness. Workers abandoning fields mid-harvest. Fishermen refusing to sail. Brides fainting at the altar. Their spirits are empty, the priests lament. No one fears the servant, and so no one hurries. To cure this torpor, the Bishop of Leon proposes a radical idea: resurrect the procession. If they have forgotten the wheel, he declares, we must make them hear it again. And so, in May 1681, Brittany witnesses its first festival of the turning. Villages rebuild symbolic carts from wicker and oak, each one carried by 12 men and followed by choirs singing the old songs of balance. The carts are empty, no bones, no effigies, only wheels creaking in rhythm. For memory, the clergy insist. At first, it works. Crowds gather, tears return, old reverence rekindles. But then, in the coastal town of Lampal, one of the wheels slips from its axle, rolls down the hill, and crashes into the sea. The crowd cheers, thinking it part of the ceremony. The next morning, the tide brings the wheel back, burned black, still turning slowly with each wave. The people take it as sign. The servant disapproves of imitation. The bishop cancels further festivals. He needs no parade, he sighs. Only quiet roads. Still, the incident sparks a new kind of fascination. Artists and philosophers begin to interpret the servant not as ghost or god, but symbol of momentum. Painters depict the wheel as golden sun or inner eye. Poets call him the breath of rotation. Breton mystics speak of la grande mécanique, the great machine linking every life. They say that the wheel doesn't roll over the earth. It is the earth, turning itself beneath us. One philosopher, Guillaume d'Aulnay, publishes Le Roux et l'Esprit, the wheel and the spirit, in 1683. He argues that every death transfers energy to the living, like one spoke replacing another. Immortality, he writes, is not a place, but a rotation. The church condemns the book, but copies circulate secretly, passed hand to hand like relics. A century later, scientists will call this conservation of energy, but in 1683 it's blasphemy wearing a halo, and yet, the idea transforms the myth again. The Ankou becomes not overseer, but process, the motion by which all things maintain equilibrium. He no longer rides, he resides. In windmills, in clock gears, in the pulse of the tide. The people adapt accordingly. Millers bless their wheels before grinding grain. Sailors kiss the mast pulley before voyages. Even lovers parting at night whisper, "May the wheel bring you back." In this mechanized faith, human effort becomes sacred. Work itself is devotion. But then history intrudes. In 1685, the Edict of Nantes is revoked, and religious tensions flare across France. Soldiers march west to enforce conformity, tearing down shrines, burning superstitious relics. When they reach Brittany, they find not idols, but wheels carved in stone and wood. Pagan engineering, they sneer, smashing them as heresy. The destruction terrifies the villages. For the first time in decades, people see blood spill without ritual. "They've broken his tools," they cry. "Now he'll lose count." In the months that follow, the weather turns violent. Storms batter the coast, lightning strikes churches, and a plague of locusts devastates crops. The government blames climate. The people know better. "He's rebuilding," they whisper. And indeed, amid ruin, small signs appear. Burned wheels are found replaced by fresh carvings overnight. The bell at Saint-Agonec rings at odd hours, though no hand touches it. One witness claims to see sparks around the iron rim. "He mends by fire," she says. By 1687, the repairs seem complete. The storms subside, crops recover, and the soldiers move on. The church, exhausted by contradictions, leaves Brittany largely alone. "Let them keep their accountant," mutters one bishop. "He manages better than we do." Now, the wheel turns quietly again, but with a new edge of secrecy. The faithful no longer display symbols openly. They hide them. Wheels carved into chair legs, sewn into clothing hems, pressed into bread loaves. The servant's mark becomes both resistance and reassurance. That duality, faith disguised as practicality, will define Breton culture for centuries. Meanwhile, the outside world begins to industrialize. Ironworks appear in the east. Clockmakers experiment with gears. When the first mechanical clock arrives in Quimper, villagers gather to watch its pendulum swing. One old man murmurs, "He's teaching us to measure." Another adds, "No, to remember." From that moment, time itself becomes the servant's inheritance. The following year, a blacksmith named Hervé Kerjean crafts a masterpiece. A clock whose gears are modeled after the ossuary wheels, 12 interlocking circles engraved with the motto, "Finis et principium una via." He calls it "le cœur du servant," the servant's heart. When the clock is wound for the first time, it emits a low hum like distant thunder. The crowd crosses themselves. "He's breathing through iron," someone whispers. The mechanism runs flawlessly for 70 years without repair. Hervé's clock becomes local legend, the moment when myth fused with machine. Later generations will claim that modern timekeeping, with its obsession for precision, was born in that little Breton forge. Perhaps it was, for even now, when night descends on those granite towns and fog blurs the bells into one endless tone, old women still pause and listen. If the wind hums through the chimneys just right, they smile faintly. "He's still at work," they whisper. "Not gone, just clocked in elsewhere." The year 1690 arrives with thunder rolling inland from the Atlantic and a wind that tastes of salt and soot. Brittany, still remote from the courts and cities of France, feels both ancient and oddly modern. Here, the past does not vanish. It's retooled. The Ankou, once a cloaked harbinger on creaking wheels, has evolved into something subtler, a principle of balance woven through iron, time, and toil. In the coastal villages, blacksmiths forge bells and clockwork with reverence. They call their furnaces his mouth, the anvils his hands. When sparks fly, apprentices murmur, "He's counting." It's half prayer, half production. Even those who no longer believe speak as if watched by precision. And yet, the older folk sense unease. The world is speeding up. The first cargo ships bring goods from far coasts, and with them, new ways of thinking. Sailors tell tales of London philosophers who measure tides by gears, of Amsterdam merchants who predict storms with barometers. "They've stolen his secrets," mutters a fisherman, staring at the horizon. A storm answers him that same week, smashing half the harbor. The survivors drag their boats ashore and whisper, "He dislikes competition." The disappearance of the bell ringer. In early 1691, in the town of Le Fauet, a young bell ringer named Jehan Riovant vanishes. The villagers find his rope swaying, the bell still moving as if struck by invisible hands. On the stone floor lies a circle of soot the size of a wheel. For weeks afterward, the bell continues to ring at dawn without anyone touching it. Always one toll, never two. Then, on Midsummer's Night, it stops. Inside the belfry, a faint smell of oil and seaweed lingers. The priest writes in the register. He accepted one of his own apprentices. Jehan's family erects a wooden wheel on the church wall, carved with the words, "To count, is to serve. Over the years, visitors leave coins in its spokes. By the 1800s, the coins are gone, but the wheel remains darkly polished by 1,000 hands. The Church of Two Clocks. A year later, an architect in Quimper builds the first chapel with 2 clocks, one facing east, one west. Locals claim one keeps the hours of the living, the other of the dead. They say that when both strike noon together, the servant is seen crossing the road outside, shadow long and silent. Pilgrims arrive to witness it. Some swear they see nothing. Others claim the fog itself bends like cloth around an invisible figure. The Bishop of Léon dismisses it as superstition. Yet when he visits the church, both clocks stop exactly at the hour of his entrance and restart only after he leaves. Perhaps, he admits, punctuality is holiness enough, the scholar of names. Meanwhile, in the abbey at Le Faux, Brother Corentin, the same monk who once wrote of giving the servant rest, undertakes a final project. He begins compiling a book, not of deaths, but of forgotten names. Peasants lost in war, women who died unrecorded, stillborn infants buried in unmarked ground. He deserves complete data. Corentin jokes. The joke becomes obsession. For 10 years he collects every rumor of absence, every whisper of loss. His fellow monks grow uneasy. They say the abbey hums at night like a cartwheel. In 1698, the abbot opens Corentin's cell and finds him dead at his desk, pen still in hand. His manuscript fills 3 volumes, each ending with the same phrase: "To be counted is to be comforted." The monks bind the volumes in leather stamped with a small brass wheel and place them in the library vault. Centuries later, historians will call it the Book of the Unrecorded, the age of quiet precision. As the century wanes, Brittany settles into a new equilibrium. Roads improve, bridges align with celestial markers, and shipwrights use mathematical ratios once reserved for cathedrals. The servant's geometry governs trade and architecture alike. Even the newly rich merchants, skeptical of superstition, still hang wheels above their doors. For luck, they say, though they mean for legitimacy. The Ankou has become an unspoken covenant. Work cleanly, close your books, leave no account unsettled. But in the countryside, elders tell a different story. They say the servant no longer rides alone. In their dreams, they see 2 figures walking side by side along the foggy lanes, one with the familiar staff and glowing ring, the other with hands of light, collecting tears in a basin. "He keeps count," they whisper, "and she keeps memory." The washer has returned, no longer shadow but companion. Together, they represent something new, the twin labors of mortality, record and remembrance. The people respond instinctively, reviving old customs. Families wash their doorsteps on All Souls' Day. Fishermen toss a bowl of seawater into the tide, whispering, "For the one who dries the eyes." In this way, myth renews itself, not by rebellion, but by tenderness. Even as enlightenment dawns elsewhere, Brittany keeps its dusk. Scholars call it backward. Poets call it wise. They live inside a clock that prays, writes one Parisian visitor in 1701. Every creak of timber feels sanctified, the mechanist's vision. Before the century closes, a final innovation seals the legend's transformation. In 1703, a young mechanist named François Morin unveils his invention, a self-turning wheel that never stops. He calls it La Roue Éternelle. Hidden weights drive its motion. Onlookers believe it miraculous. When asked how it works, Morin smiles. It counts itself. The people adore it. They place the wheel in a chapel in Plougastel, where it hums day and night. Pilgrims leave offerings at its base, murmuring, "He rides within." After 3 years, the mechanism seizes without reason. The wheel stops at midnight on All Hallows' Eve. Inside the gear housing, the villagers find nothing broken, only a single grain of sand wedged between cogs, forming a perfect cross. The priest simply nods. He clocked out. Morin repairs the wheel, but it never runs as smoothly again. The people take this as gentle reminder. Perpetual motion belongs only to the servant. By 1705, the Ankou has ceased to appear in visible form. No processions, no sightings, no omens, only an idea, embedded so deeply in Breton identity that even unbelievers act by his code. To labor quietly, to finish what one starts, to leave every ledger clean. And on still nights, when the fog drifts low over the moors and the sea murmurs against black rocks, someone always claims to hear it. The faintest turn of a distant wheel, a soft exhalation of effort, a whisper through time itself. I'm still here, keep the count. The year 1710 finds Brittany in an age of contradictions, half lit by reason, half lit by candles. Parisian philosophers write treatises on the mechanistic universe, claiming the cosmos itself is a clock wound by God and left to run. But the Bretons smile quietly at such revelations. They have lived inside that metaphor for 200 years. In the West, between mist and sea, the Ankou has become less story than structure. He is the invisible logic of life. What begins must end. What ends must be recorded. The wheel turns still, though few now name it aloud. The era of unspoken order. When the century turns, Quimper's new merchants replace wooden crosses above their doors with carved emblems, concentric circles engraved in brass. Their pattern matches the gears of clocks, but the villagers still call them servant marks. No one preaches him anymore, yet his etiquette persists in every gesture. Candles snuffed with respect, tools cleaned before rest, graves aligned with the path of the sun. Breton children learn this code without knowing its name. When asked why they sweep the thresholds at dusk, they shrug. So he may pass cleanly. Only scholars remember the older tales, the cloaked figure, the creaking cart, the washer with her basin. They find the old drawings quaint, their morality too simple. The Enlightenment demands clarity, and so the myth fades from the pulpit, surviving only in proverbs. Better an honest wheel than a crooked prayer. He counts the hands that idle, work straight, die tidy. But memory has its own stubborn rituals. The ossuary revisited. In 1713, after decades of neglect, a mason repairing Saint-Égonec's ossuary uncovers a strange cavity beneath the cracked mural, the one showing the black-cloaked servant and the pale washer. Inside lie 2 small iron wheels, fused by rust. When struck together, they ring softly, almost musically. Word spreads quickly. Pilgrims return. The bishop orders the wheels displayed behind glass as relics of the old superstition, yet crowds come in reverence, not curiosity. Mothers touch their children's foreheads to the glass. Widows leave coins between the spokes. For balance, they whisper. A Jesuit visitor records dryly, they treat rust as if it were salvation. But perhaps they are right. Oxidation is simply matter remembering its end. The comment circulates quietly among scholars who find poetry in decay. Soon, philosophers begin referencing the Ankou again, not as demon or saint, but as metaphor for entropy, the patient accountant of nature. One writer, Pierre de Morlaix, coins the phrase le dieu de l'usure calme, the god of gentle wearing down. He publishes an essay in 1716 arguing that the servant is neither angel nor shade, but the process by which the world tidies itself. The church condemns it, of course, but artists embrace the notion. Painters begin depicting death as light fading through dust, not scythe and skull, but warmth dispersing into air. The servant has transcended shape. The Lost Festival. In 1718, an attempt is made to revive the Festival of the Turning. A traveling troupe of actors performs a dramatized procession. The wheel, the washer, the servant's journey across the moors. They mean it as homage, but something feels off, too theatrical, too polished. During the final act, a sudden squall sweeps through the crowd, extinguishing every candle. The stage collapses. No one is hurt. But when the lights return, the cart prop used in the play has rolled downhill and come to rest at the chapel door. The actor who played the servant swears the wheels moved by themselves. The villagers take it as rebuke. The festival is never repeated. He dislikes applause, they mutter. The age of tourism. By mid-century, Brittany begins attracting foreign visitors seeking its ancient curiosities. Painters arrive to sketch the fog, antiquarians to copy epitaphs. They note, puzzled, how every grave carries small circular motifs, carved, painted, or embedded with brass. An aesthetic of rotation, one English traveler writes. They see grace in geometry. Locals smile politely and let him think so. The old women still murmur blessings in Breton as they sweep church steps. The young men still pause before crossing crossroads at night. None of them could explain why. It's simply the way things are done. One scholar calls it collective muscle memory. Another, more poetic, writes, "The Bretons no longer believe in death's servant, yet they move as if choreographed by him." He's right. When the first factories appear near Brest in 1730, their gears are designed in 12-spoke patterns, the ancient shape of the servant's wheel. The engineers claim it's for balance, unaware they've revived the myth in steel. As the gears turn, workers feel comforted by the familiar sound. The steady creak that once haunted their ancestors now powers their machines. "Listen," one says during the first shift. He works beside us still, the pilgrim of fog. In 1734, a strange man arrives in Douarnenez, tall, soft-spoken, wearing an old black coat. He spends weeks walking from graveyard to graveyard, cleaning moss from tombstones, oiling hinges on cemetery gates, even repairing wheels on hearses. When asked his name, he replies, "Jean l'Archiviste." He never eats with others, never lodges in the same place twice. Those who speak to him say he carries a faint scent of yew and candle smoke. One night, he disappears. In the morning, the gate of the cemetery stands ajar, a small iron wheel swinging from its latch. No one claims to have placed it there. Years later, villagers will insist that Gian the archivist was the servant himself, returned to audit his legend before moving on. The modern reframing. By the 1740s, Enlightenment writers finally domesticate the myth completely. Encyclopedists mention the Ankou only as a rustic allegory for the cycle of life. The phrase becomes fashionable among Parisian salons. Philosophers sip wine and chuckle at the thought of peasants mistaking the laws of physics for ghosts. But what they call physics, the Bretons still call courtesy. Every ship leaving the harbor still rings a bell once before casting off. For the road ahead. Every clockmaker still signs his work with a tiny circle hidden beneath the dial. Every mason, finishing a wall, still taps twice on the stone and whispers, "Balance." These gestures mean nothing to the age of reason, yet they keep the rhythm unbroken. The Quiet Revival. In 1748, a young composer named Alain Kerguelen writes a piece called La Marche du Serviteur. It begins with a single cello mimicking the creak of a wheel, joined slowly by low brass echoing the toll of bells. The final movement ends on a long, unresolved note that fades into silence. Not an ending, but a pause. When it's first performed in Rennes, the audience sits motionless for a full minute afterward, uncertain whether to applaud. The composer smiles faintly. He prefers it that way, he says, and so the servant endures. Invisible, incorruptible, perfectly integrated. The philosophers may name him entropy. The machinists call him balance, and the clergy pretend he was never there. But in the breath between clock ticks, in the hush between tolls, in the pause before a craftsman wipes his hands and steps back to admire the work, there he stands still. Brittany's roads remain narrow, its stones damp, its air smelling faintly of iron and incense. And if, one fog-thick evening, you walk alone along those roads and feel the ground tremble faintly beneath your feet, do not be afraid. It is only the servant, checking the wheels, ensuring that everything, including you, keeps time. By the mid-1700s, the servant no longer belongs to belief, but to inheritance. He has become a reflex, embedded in the gestures of a people who would never call themselves superstitious, yet still glance at the road before stepping into the mist. Brittany has learned to breathe with the wheel. The century blooms into Enlightenment splendor elsewhere. Salons, telescopes, revolutions of ink and reason. But here, on this Atlantic edge, progress hums to an older rhythm. Lanterns swing in workshops where iron spokes and clock gears mirror each other. A mason pauses before laying his last stone and murmurs the old phrase, Finis et principium una via. End and beginning, one road. The silence between machines, the factories near Brest now churn day and night. Steam whistles cut the fog. Hammers echo like distant bells. To outsiders, it is industry. To locals, it sounds eerily familiar. He has new horses, one old woman jokes, listening to the clatter of pistons. A journalist from Paris visits in 1752 and writes, "Their machines move as if praying. Even when idle, they tick softly like hearts refusing rest." He doesn't realize he's describing a theology that has simply changed its tools. Workers still refuse to leave broken gears overnight. He dislikes unfinished work, they say, locking the doors only after each wheel turns freely. Apprentices cross themselves not before icons, but before the forge. Timekeeping, commerce, and conscience have become indistinguishable. The servant's creed, order as grace, rules quietly behind every clock face. The collector of accounts. In 1754, a parish priest named Father Le Goff discovers an anonymous notebook left on the steps of his church. Inside are names, dates, and short remarks in neat handwriting. Jean Carisou, restored to order. Marie Lebris, counterbalanced. None correspond to deaths in the parish records. At the end of the book, one final line. The accounts of the unseen are closed for this season. The priest, unnerved, hides the notebook beneath the altar. Weeks later, he dreams of a man in black taking it back, leaving a single brass gear in its place. He wakes to find the gear real, warm to the touch. When he shows it to his bishop, the older man only smiles. "Keep it," he says. "Every clerk needs a reminder." The disbelievers. The next generation scoffs. By 1760, schoolmasters teach children that the Ankou is a peasant metaphor for natural decay. But the laughter never sounds sincere. those same teachers still knock twice on wood before grading papers. Sailors still mutter thanks into the wind when storms pass. Even skeptics retain superstition and muscle memory. One philosopher from Paris visiting Brest records his bewilderment. They claim not to believe, yet their silence believes for them. Indeed, belief here no longer needs words. It hides in precision, the way a fisherman coils his rope, the way a widow arranges candles, the way a blacksmith quenches hot iron in circular motion. The Scholar of Dust. In 1772, the antiquarian Pierre-Yves Teneur begins collecting remnants of the old legend. Wheels carved into tombs, faded Breton lullabies, fragments of prayers. He interviews villagers who recall the washer's stories, now softened into nursery rhymes. One evening, while cataloging relics inside Saint-Égonec's ossuary, Teneur hears a slow scraping sound. He assumes rats, until he sees the great cracked wheel of iron, untouched for decades, rotate half a turn by itself. He writes in his journal that night, "It is not superstition that survives, it is the habit of precision. Even rust moves when memory demands it." He dies a year later, manuscript unfinished. His last words to his assistant, "Keep counting." The Keeper's Festival. After his death, villagers revive the festival of the turning one last time, not as pageant, but as gratitude. There are no actors, no fire, no sermons. They simply line the road with candles and roll small wooden wheels down the hill into the sea. Each wheel bears a single name, of the lost, the forgotten, the unrecorded. The ocean carries them away, hundreds of floating sparks drifting into fog. Fishermen claim that far out at sea, they merge into a single circle of light before vanishing. The next morning, the tide returns polished bits of driftwood shaped like perfect rings. The villagers gather them, hang them on doors, and whisper, "He has finished the count." No one organizes the festival again. There's no need. The wheel in the mind, by the eve of revolution, Brittany stands unchanged in spirit, though flags and governments shift above it. The servant no longer has a face, but his rhythm still beats in the land's pulse, in the tides, the mills, the metronome of work and rest. Historians will call it folklore. Psychologists will call it collective conditioning. But among the people, there's only quiet understanding. When the year turns, they still say, "The wheel renews." When someone dies, they murmur, "His line is drawn, his road kept clean." A modern scholar visiting in 1790 writes, "They no longer need the myth because they have become it." He's right. Every law of physics they now study, every gear they craft, every calendar they print owes its form to that patient servant who once rode through fog with a creaking cart. And if you stand today on those same Breton roads at dusk, where moss softens the stones and the sea murmurs beyond hedges, you might hear it still. A faint turn, a low sigh, a rhythm older than history. Not a ghost, not even memory, just the sound of the world keeping itself in balance. What then was the Ankou? A specter of famine? A morality tale hammered into iron? Or simply the oldest confession of humankind, that even death must earn his wage? In the Breton night, where faith blurred into habit, he became more than myth. He was management, conscience, infrastructure. His wheel measured not terror, but trust. Each generation reshaped him, reaper, clerk, engineer, process, and yet the essence never changed. The need to believe that endings are tidy, that someone keeps the books while we sleep. The legend endures because it dignifies the ordinary. To sweep a threshold, to oil a hinge, to balance an account. These are small, sacred gestures that tell the cosmos we remember its rhythm. Even when the servant vanished into clockwork and calculus, his courtesy remained, whispering that precision itself can be a form of mercy. Every civilization invents its accountant of time. The Bretons simply gave theirs a face, then a sound, then finally silence. And perhaps that silence is his truest form. The pause between two breaths, the stillness after a bell, the hush when work is done and nothing more is owed. He began as a warning, ended as a principle, and rests now as a pulse beneath all our order. Listen closely on a calm night. The faint creak you hear between seconds is not wind or memory. It is the world balancing its ledgers, one turn at a time.